Mic. Okay. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. फीडबैक आप थोड़ा कम करो. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. ओके. ये प्रेजेंटेशन एरिया है, इतना ही चाहिए. ठीक है, ये फिक्स है. हम लोग अभी उधर से ये करेंगे. ठीक है, ये फिक्स है सब कुछ. आप है ना वो स्पीकर थोड़ा करो ना. ओके. थैंक यू.
Deaf now, I think. Thank you. Let me just adjust my level.
R1, 1, 2, 3, 4. R1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry. Lip 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 Lip 1. Lip 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 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 Lip 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Lip 3.
So everybody So what do you want to do, the voiceover? Okay, so lose that timer and graphics.
One, two, one, two, one, two, one, two. Let me get the script a minute. Just bear with me.
Let's go.
Series between Afghanistan and South Africa. Welcome to the UAE and the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which is set to be the stage for the first ever bilateral three-match one-day international series between Afghanistan and South Africa. Under the leadership of skipper Hashmatullah Shahidi, Afghanistan will want to make use of their knowledge of Sharjah's conditions with spinners Rashid Khan and Welcome to the UAE and the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which is set to be the stage for the first ever bilateral three-match ODI series between Afghanistan and South Africa. Under the leadership of skipper Hashmatullah Shahidi, Afghanistan will want to make use of their knowledge of Sharjah's conditions, with spinners Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi leading their formidable side.
Let's go.
Having played their opponents in ODI World Cups twice before in winning causes, South Africa arrive with a fresh batch of young talent, bolstered by the experienced Aiden Markram and Lungi Ngidi. Both teams will want to showcase their talent and strength in what promises to be an exciting series.
கண்ணா சொல்லுங்க 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4
And I'll wrap it up at the end. I'll wrap it up at the end. What do you reckon? Whatever, it looks pretty flat. I don't think scoring will be that easy at times. Yeah, but generally, shouldn't be any demons in this surface. We don't know when it's going to be rolled out yet, do we? In terms of that technology and stuff. So, yeah, chat, mate. Okay.
You good? In ages, man. When was that?
It was here in Dubai or Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Oh no, Sri Lanka.
Pakistan.
Pakistan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was Pakistan. Last to last year.
That is right.
Yeah.
It's not sitting well.
On my own.
This one.
And it was talking? Top? That's going to come up with.
Hey, my brother.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Good. Thank you. One's okay. Yes. Hello. Getsy, good to hear you. Good to hear you, brother. Oh, wonderful. Hey, Trotty.
You okay?
How are you? Good.
All the best today, brother. All right, just thanks.
Sound check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes, beautiful.
It's an absolute gem of a day. Happy? Do
Hello. Are you happy?
you want to take as well? Testing 1, 2. Hello. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Okay.
Happy? Can I wear those or not? No?
I don't know. You asked me.
Okay, cool.
Lovely to see you. Lovely to hear you.
I don't know.
Thank you, yeah.
Start with me, and this is the 250th ODI at this venue, so a big celebration for everyone involved with Sharjah Cricket. And it's 37 degrees, but we've got a lovely breeze going across right to left here. Surface looks really good. Conditions are set fair. Got Vernon Philander alongside me to tell me a little bit about what he sees. So I've probably got 10 or 15 seconds at the start. Bit of a chat, and then I might pose a little question to Vern after his initial. So you want me to walk to Vern or Vern to walk to me? Or just meet? Okay. You want me to start here? Okay, lovely. I'll come up this way. This is nice here. Got a lovely breeze. A huge celebration for everyone involved in Sharjah Cricket because it's the 250th ODI at this venue. So well done, everyone in this wonderful historic venue. It's 37 degrees, and let me tell you, it's hot in the middle. But thankfully, for the 22 players, there's a lovely breeze coming over my right shoulder to that lakeside boundary. The boundary size, 70 yards all the way around this beautiful venue. The outfield, when walking out the middle, a little bit spongy, so it might take a little bit taxing on the bodies. I've got Vernon Philander alongside me, who played one test match here. Pitch didn't look like this though, did it?
Afternoon now, yeah, not at all. I think what we see today is it's a beautiful flat surface. I think they've taken all the grass off, so I do feel that batters will be starved for pace. So I do feel also that batters will have to be a little bit innovative, using the pace at their disposal. I can guarantee you the spinners will play a massive part in this fixture now, and yeah, I think that will be the difference between winning and losing.
This surface, this entire square was relayed 12 months ago. You mentioned spin. Do you see the ball turning a great deal or just being a little bit slow off the surface?
I don't foresee it turning a great deal, but what I do foresee, those ones squatting in those LBW bold sort of dismissals, I think that will be a high percentage of dismissal. So batsmen, be aware of those ones squatting and straight in at the stumps.
And a great opportunity for a lot of new players, especially in the South African side, to really stake a claim in this ODI setup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also given the South African management a bit of an opportunity to see what they have in the coffers. So a couple of hands there, like you said, a couple of names that want to make use of this surface, but also want to put a hand up and really drive their careers home and hopefully your names that we will see in years to come.
I think someone's coming on. We could have just done that with them walking behind. That's fine. But let's do. Someone was walking in Vern's eye line. We'll do it again. We'll do another one. They're okay. They're okay on the pitch. We don't mind it. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry. No problem.
Sorry, I heard this shot.
That's okay.
Okay, let's do it again. It's fine.
That's.
Let's do it one more time. Sorry about that.
You're right. Hello. Okay. Okay. No problem at all. That's fine. Thank you. All right, let's do it again. Well, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to everybody involved in cricket in Sharjah because it's the 250th ODI at this historic venue. And I tell you what, it's a cracking day for it. 37 degrees, but thankfully for the teams, there's a lovely breeze coming over my right shoulder to that leg side boundary. A boundary, 70 yards all the way around, and an outfield, when I was walking out to the middle, it's a little bit spongy, so it might be a little bit taxing on the bodies for both these sides. Vernon Philander's alongside me. You've played at this ground, a test match. I won't say how long ago it was. It looked a little bit different then.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've taken all the grass off. It looks a really placid, flat surface. So I do foresee with all the grass being taken off, it might be a touch on the slow side. So I do feel that batters on this particular surface might have to bring the innovative game, use the pace on offer, but I also foresee that the spinners might play a massive role in this fixture. And when I say spin, I don't foresee the ball turning massively, but we've seen it so often when those wrist spinners do come on to play, batters start playing for the turn. Hey, you have to be very careful and watchful for those pads. LBW bowl, I feel, is going to be a massive motive dismissal on this particular surface.
How would you bowl on this pitch?
Well, I tell you what, you want to be settling in wicket to wicket. I think you also want to be playing around with those angles on the crease. You know, just vary those angles from time to time. You know, give the batsman a bit of a different visual. Your release points, you want to make sure that you've got firm control of that. But one thing for certain, you want to bring those stumps into play.
Hard, flat, no real pace, looks pretty good out in the middle. Well, first and foremost, a huge congratulations to everybody involved in cricket in Sharjah because it's the 250th ODI at this historic venue. And I tell you what, it's a cracking day for it. 37 degrees, but thankfully for the teams, there's a lovely
Perfecto. Can you do me a favor, please, at the back end? Yeah. It is time for the all-important toss between Afghanistan and South Africa in this first ODI here at Sharjah. Alongside me, Hasmadullah Sahidi, captain of Afghanistan, Aidan Markram, captain of South Africa, and match referee Richard Richardson, who will take care of proceedings. Has give it a flick.
Tails.
It's a tails is the call.
Tails it is.
Tails it is.
We're going to have bat.
Aidan Markram, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do?
Yeah, we're going to bat, Vern. Obviously quite hot here, quite dry conditions, and hopefully up front batting-wise we can get in, decide what's a good total and put a good score on the board.
Obviously, you've got the illness to your captain, Temba Bavuma, so you're standing in for this game. Obviously, a lot of new additions to the squad as well. What is your final 11 for this fixture?
Yeah, so exciting for Jason Smith. He gets his debut. He'll bat at 6 for us and obviously can bowl for us as well. So exciting times for him. We've gone with quite a few all-rounders in that middle to lower order, and then Nandre and Lungi to head up from the seam department.
Finally, what do you make of this surface?
Yeah, it looks all right. I mean, it is obviously quite dry. We've got a decent understanding of what conditions could be like here, but again, it comes down to assessing it as early as we can in the game, developing plans from there, and ultimately just backing those plans.
Thanks, Aidan. All the best.
Thanks. Cheers.
Hasbatullah, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We also wanted to bat first, but now need to play good cricket.
Yeah, you guys obviously have a phenomenal record playing here, winning most of your games, if not all of them. So you have a feel for the surface, you know how to win here. Of course, do you feel that your spinners will play a massive part again?
Yeah, we have played a lot of cricket in this wicket, so we have 4 spinners in the team, and we are hopeful that it worked for us, and it's dry, and hopefully the spin in it will support spinners.
All right then, your team news?
We have
fit?
Yeah, all fit, all good, yeah. All best 11 are playing.
Cool, all the very best. So the news idea, South Africa won the toss and they have elected to bat. It is time for the all-important toss between Afghanistan and
Welcome to the UAE and the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which is set to be the stage for the first ever of Sharjah's conditions, with spinners Rashid Khan and Mohammed Nabi leading their formidable side.
Arvan and
to be dramatic.
Dragged on, excellent length, a little bit of movement.
Guys, that is absolutely spectacular from Rahman Shah.
That's got for 6. That is a huge one. That is a catch. That is a catch. That is a catch and a half.
Welcome to the UAE and the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium, which is set to be the stage for the first ever bilateral 3-match ODI series between Afghanistan and South Africa. Under the leadership of skipper Hashmatullah Shahidi, Afghanistan will want to make use of their knowledge of Sharjah's conditions, with spinners Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi leading their formidable side.
Let's go.
Having played their opponents in ODI World Cups twice before in winning causes, South Africa arrive with a fresh batch of young talent, bolstered by the experienced Aiden Markram. On Friday and the third match on Sunday. So welcome to Sharjah Cricket Stadium, and a historic match because this is the 250th one-day international match to be played here. It was of course due to happen against Ireland in March, but one of those matches got rained off. So history in the making today, and I've got two people alongside me who will enjoy that history, I'm sure. Sean Pollock and Ahmed Fadai. Good afternoon to you gentlemen. Sean, you've got some history here and some successful history too.
Yeah, we actually went all right, to be honest. We played against India and Pakistan in my day, and it was 96 and 2000, and we ended up winning one of the tournaments. I think we won 6 out of the 8 games that played on this ground. So fond memories. Always remember it being hot and nothing's changed. I can inform you that 25 years later, it's still the same scenario. But looking forward to the encounter today. Some different teams, some different scenarios, and some different personnel. So really excited about seeing what's on the go.
Yeah, seriously hot here. But Ahmed, history here for Afghanistan as well. I remember they qualified for their first ever 50-over World Cup on this ground.
Well, absolutely. Thing is, history in the making. First of all, congratulations for hosting 250 one-day international to the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. And then talking about the journey of Afghanistan, this has been a phenomenal journey. And I'm very much excited for the fact that for the first time, Afghanistan is getting to play a series against South Africa. So I am looking for another history in the making. That is, Afghanistan has not defeated South Africa yet. Neither has India, but has drawn with India. So hopefully this will be a good outing for Afghanistan.
Yeah, they've only played a couple of times previously, and they were in World Cup, Sean.
Yeah, there's been those games that have taken place, but I think the transition of the Afghanistan side means they're no longer taken lightly. I mean, they're a quality side and quality players that play in the leagues all around the world. And when they get it together, they're a side that can beat South Africa with the current side that you've got. You've got a couple of the stars that aren't playing. So South Africa will be very keen to start off well, because you don't want Afghanistan to get on top and start to feel the momentum going in their way, grow in confidence, because they'll put you under some immense pressure, particularly on surfaces that some of these South Africans aren't accustomed to playing on.
Yes, talking of the surface, let's go out to the middle and hear from Niall O'Brien and Vernon Philander about what they make about the 22 yards.
Well, first and foremost, huge congratulations to everybody involved in cricket in Sharjah, because it's the 250th ODI at this historic venue. And I tell you what, it's a cracking day for it. 37 degrees, but thankfully for the teams, there's a lovely breeze coming over my right shoulder to that leg side boundary. A boundary 70 yards all the way around, and an outfield, when I was walking out to the middle, it's a little bit spongy, so it might be a little bit taxing on the bodies for both these sides. Vernon Philander's alongside me. You've played at this ground, a test match. I won't say how long ago it was. It looked a little bit different then.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've taken all the grass off. It looks a really placid, flat surface. So I do foresee, with all the grass being taken off, it might be a touch on the slow side. So I do feel that batters on this particular surface might have to bring the innovative game, use the pace on offer, but I also foresee that the spinners might play a massive role in this fixture. And when I say spin, I don't foresee the ball turning massively, but we've seen it so often when those wrist spinners do come onto play, batters start playing for the turn. Hey, you have to be very careful and watchful for those pads. LBW bowl, I feel, is going to be a massive motive dismissal on this particular surface.
How would you bowl on this pitch?
Well, I tell you what, you want to be settling in wicket to wicket. I think you also want to be playing around with those angles on the crease. You know, just vary those angles from time to time. You know, give the batsman a bit of a different visual. Your release points, you want to make sure that you've got firm control of that. But one thing for certain, you want to bring those stumps into play.
Hard, flat, no real pace. Looks pretty good out in the middle.
Well, a pretty good surface then, according to our experts out in the middle. And one of the things that, of course, the bowlers will need to do, as per Vernon's suggestion there, is to bowl wicket to wicket.
Yeah, he might have been touching on it from a fast bowler's perspective, but also from a spinner's perspective. Over the years, all the times we've played here, it was back of a length as straight as can be. You get the odd one that stays down, and you really target the stumps for LBW's bowls, and that's where you're most effective. Also, it makes it very difficult to get the ball away because you can have some straight fields. And Rashid Khan is so good at doing it, isn't he? I mean, with his leg spinners, we've probably got a graphic here where we could touch in and to show exactly how effective he is and how he bowls wicket to wicket at the best of times. He really is such a quality bowler. He's got such good control. They'll be so happy to have him back into the mix, and he'll be looking to every delivery, whether it's the googly, the one that just skids on straight, or the leg spinner. He'll be as tight on their stumps as possible, and that's how he'll be mightily effective. I mean, how's that for facts and figures to back up that point?
Yeah, Fidai, he wasn't available for the test, so he's come back in for white ball cricket. How fit is he and how ready is he to go?
Yeah, it's a good news for Afghanistan cricket, the fact that we are seeing Rashid Khan back into the one-day format. Last he played was in the one-day World Cup back in 2023. But the same man, different format against Ireland in the T20. He took 8 wickets and was the player of the tournament. So he enjoys bowling on these conditions. And what Paulie said, wicket to wicket is the key, the fact, when it comes to the bowling of Rashid Khan. So it'll be very interesting to see how he bowls out for Afghanistan.
Well, we've seen the pitch then, but let's find out what the two captains did at the toss. Let's go out to the middle. Vernon Philander's have been a busy boy. He's been out there with those two captains and the match referee.
It is time for the all-important toss between Afghanistan and South Africa in this first ODI here at Sharjah. Alongside me, Hasmadullah Sahidi, captain of Afghanistan, Aidan Markram, captain of South Africa, and match referee Richard Richardson, who will take care of proceedings. Has give it a flick.
Tails.
It's a tails is the call.
Tails it is.
Tails it is.
We're going to have bat.
Aidan Markram, you've won the toss. What have you decided to do?
Yeah, we're going to bat, Vern. Obviously quite hot here, quite dry conditions, and hopefully up front batting-wise we can get in, decide what's a good total and put a good score on the board.
Obviously, you've got the illness to your captain, Timber Bavuma, so you're standing in for this game. Obviously, a lot of new additions to the squad as well. What is your final 11 for this fixture?
Yeah, so exciting for Jason Smith. He gets his debut. He'll bat at 6 for us and obviously can bowl for us as well. So exciting times for him. We've gone with quite a few all-rounders in that middle to lower order, and then Nandra and Lungi to head up from the seam department.
Finally, what do you make of this surface?
Yeah, it looks all right. I mean, it is obviously quite dry. We've got a decent understanding of what conditions could be like here, but again, it comes down to assessing it as early as we can in the game, developing plans from there, and ultimately just backing those plans.
Thanks, Aidan. All the best.
Thanks. Cheers.
Hasbatullah, if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
Bismillah Rahman Rahim. We also wanted to bat first, but now need to play good cricket.
Yeah, you guys obviously have a phenomenal record playing here, winning most of your games, if not all of them. So you have a feel for the surface, you know how to win here. Of course, do you feel that your spinners will play a massive part again?
Yeah, we have played a lot of cricket in this wicket, so we have 4 spinners in the team, and we are hopeful that it worked for us, and it's dry, and hopefully the spin in it will support spinners.
All right then, your team news?
We have
fit?
Yeah, all fit, all good. Yeah, all best 11 are playing.
Cool, all the very best. So the news idea: South Africa won the toss and they have elected to bat.
Back in March, lots of spin there as well, so I think it's been a good decision there really for South Africa to bat first, because batting second under lights with the threat of spin, that can be an issue, can't it?
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of moisture might gather as the game goes on later into the night. But for me, it's going to be fascinating to watch 2 phases of the game. Initially with the new ball, what can Afghanistan do and how is it going to behave on this relatively new surface that was relayed 12 months ago? And then the middle overs, you know, I talked about the relative inexperience of those guys, having to deal with someone like a Rashid Khan, who's often MVP wherever he goes around the world. It's going to be a real testing period, particularly if it starts to just stop, keep a little bit low, skid on, and maybe even purchase. So I'm fascinated to see what South Africa can post. I know we've looked at 250 games, and I think it's 230-ish. Is that what people post? But I think that's been a little bit skewed by all the games that happened in the 80s and 90s. In my day, when we used to get like 220 and win games, I would be expecting South Africa to be aiming for more like a 300.
In terms of Afghanistan, lots of experience in that Afghanistan lineup, not necessarily at international level, but by playing all around the world. So from their perspective, they'll fancy this, won't they?
Well, absolutely. And then, of course, the fact that they have played a lot of cricket here at Sharjah. They even come down here to practice when they have a time. This is the home ground for Afghanistan. The conditions should suit Afghanistan. It's a good toss. South Africa have won, but I think Afghanistan will still fancy their chances, particularly top of the order, Rahmanullah Gurbaz, with an average of 70 and more on this ground, will give Afghanistan the hope alongside the depth in the batting for Afghanistan should be hopefully a good chase for Afghanistan.
It's such a good point you make. I mean, if you think about teams around the world, you've got to play with each other for as long as possible and get to understand. But Afghanistan is almost the exception to the rule. They've got so many star players that play around the world in the different leagues. And then they kind of end up coming together and just playing a little series, 3 matches or so be it. It's not like they're together on a permanent basis like a lot of the other teams around the world. So I think the progress they've made and the performances they put on has been remarkable. Bit disappointed Ibrahim's not here. I mean, I love him as a batter at the top of the order, so I think he would have been good for them. But excited to see how they go, and they believe. They're not a side who thinks that they should be intimidated by South Africa anymore. They've got a belief that's grown in that camp that they can go and beat the big boys.
And I'll take the cue, sorry, Brian. It is that the bonding in the team is what makes Afghanistan a very strong suit.
And of course, both teams as well are conscious of the fact that the Champions Trophy is coming up next year, and so this is an important part of their preparations towards that tournament. But we've now got the teams lining up behind us, and so it's time now for the two sets of anthems, and we'll start off with the South African anthem. The anthems of the two teams.
South Africa. Yeah, Afghanistan, that men in blue. They've got a rich history here, got good success at this particular venue, and they want to make sure that they continue that form. Of course, South Africa over Afghanistan. They've got an impressive record. 5 out of 5. For South Africa, it's good to see the crowds in. And I'm pretty sure that we are going to see this scene set alight by two cricket teams who's not going to let up the impressive records. Yeah, to open the batting for South Africa, Reza Hendricks. Together with him will be Tony De Zorzi, the left-hander, Cape Town. He's in a rich vein of form domestically, and he would want to make sure that he cements his place at this level. Showed some good signs in the West Indies recently, a couple of good starts. But you want to make sure that you drive it home. Yeah, Reza Hendricks, there's his career, 35 years of age, 35 innings, so special day for him. Average a touch under 30. You want to make sure that you get to a stage in the career where you just feel you need to kick in, and I do feel that he's perhaps at that juncture of his career. Reza Hendricks, I'll make mention of the classy left-hander. Tony De Zorzi is very strong square of the wicket, and those are impressive numbers. Average a touch under 70, 150 to go with the 100. Onside me, Niall O'Brien. Good afternoon to you, sir. What do you make of these two lineups?
Afternoon, Vern. Hello, everybody. This is going to be a test for the South African openers. Fazal Haq Faruqi, superb with the new ball. He can swing the ball back to the right-hander, but he's also got a great wrist position just to take the ball away to those two slip fielders. Flat-looking track, warm day, good toss to win, I think, for South Africa.
And we're just about ready as we witness the countdown on the big screen. Couple of seconds to go. And yeah, off we go. Yeah, you make mention of left armer swinging the ball back at the right, and I'm always fascinated about that. Bringing those modes of LBW bowled into play. There's nothing better, nothing more special to witness, especially up front with that new rock.
Yeah, but keep an eye on his wrist, Vern. You'll enjoy watching this because he got an excellent skill set just to take the ball away with the angle. Every batter now, especially right-hander Reza Hendricks, will be expecting the ball to swing back in. But don't be surprised if you see one early. Just go away from the right-hander. Trying to test that outside edge. Really is a nice contest, this. South Africa with, well, a couple of new faces in the squad. One debutant today. And for Afghanistan, a very youthful side. Plenty of energy. We heard the captain, Hashmatullah Shahidi. 4 spinners, thank you very much.
Yeah, you made no shame about that at the toss. He was going to revert to his spinners, but this is important. The new ball, you want to strike with this new ball, and from a South African perspective, perhaps you want to say, looking at the surface, you want to make sure that you score. All right, we are off and away. Classy. It's off the mark, but we have witnessed a little earlier this outfield just a bit spongy, and you can see the slowness thereof.
Yeah, we had a stroll out there about an hour ago, Vern, myself and yourself, and it was notable how soft the outfield was. Quite heavy. Won't be easy going in the outfield for both sets of players, but especially you feel Afghanistan, 37 degrees right now, and already just chasing one in the deep, you're just breathing a little heavier.
Yeah, there's the one you were talking about, just angling across the right-hander. You can see him intensely trying to get the ball going away from the right-hander. So he's planted the seed early. It's that element of doubt that you want to create early on.
No bounce, absolutely no bounce through to Ramanullah Gurbaz. Only the second ball of the encounter, and straight away a slip comes out, and Gurbaz takes 2 feet closer to the stump, so maybe a telltale sign. Bowl straight.
Yeah, he's just trying to go the other way again, but wider than this occasion. I suppose from a South African perspective, it's to identify early. Yes, you want to try and pick up wickets with his new ball, but I also feel that perhaps an opportunity, looking at the first couple of deliveries and how it reacted off the surface, that you want to make sure that you put the foot on the accelerator with this hard new ball, because I can't foresee it getting easier with the spinners coming on later on. Yeah, fantastic control. That in-swinger, and that's the mode of dismissal that he's going to want to bowl for. Reza Hendricks, he will have to be watchful, especially up front. Langton Rasiri from Zimbabwe, standing in his 35th ODI. A lot of 35s out there today. Reza Hendricks, 35 years of age, playing in his 35th ODI. And Izzatullah Safi, local Afghan umpire. Yeah, that's the danger when you look for a bit of swing every now and again. Just over pitch on this occasion, but a classy cover drive from Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, nice confidence booster. Reza Hendricks, you wouldn't say is in the form of his life. Watched him play recently in a tournament in Canada, albeit in a T20 tournament, and really did struggle. Very elegant player when he gets going through that cover region, up and over cover. Nice half volley. It's a poor ball.
Yeah, much better length. He just dragged it back. You can see how that one almost just sit in the surface. So we've seen quite a bit happening in this first over. One squat and dive to the wicket keeper. That one took off. Looks like there is a lot of variation in the actual surface. Your bowler, you want to make sure that witness how that hit him high up on the splice. You want to settle in on a good area and allow the wicket to assist you this afternoon. Yeah, excellent running, excellent communication between Reza Hendricks and Tony de Zorzi. At the end of one, South Africa 8 for none. Yeah, those are the numbers for the South African top order. Young career for Tristan Stubbs. Most experienced player in that lineup. The captain, standing captain today, Aidan Markham, standing in for Captain Temba Bavuma. Of course, gone down with an illness, but there's an opportunity. Smith, Moulder, really put their name up.
Yeah, nice to see debutant Jason Smith get an opportunity, rewarded for domestic form.
Come on, boys.
Zafana, yeah, we talk about spin, talk about as one of those four options, and immediately in the power play with the new ball. This will be a massive test for Reza Hendricks. He's used to facing seam bowling, especially up front in his innings. So to be opening up with a spinner up front is going to pose another threat for Reza Hendricks.
Yeah, Gazanfer made his debut here against Ireland back in March. Recent participant at the Under-19 World Cup. Went to the IPL. KKR is an IPL winner. He was only 16, I think. What were you doing at 16, or dare I ask?
Yeah, it was probably bunking class at school somewhere.
You were practicing that wobble seam delivery.
Yeah, playing cricket for sure, 100%. Yeah, just a touch too short, but watch him in the warm-up. He has a couple of variations, and it is something that Reza Hendricks would want to make sure that you pick up early. The signs, the subtleties in variation. You're always looking for a clue as a batsman, don't you? And very often when you see a bowler of his kind where it's all arms, it's so difficult to stay focused and watch the ball from time to time.
Well, you mentioned, Vern, that the batters may have been taken a little bit by surprise when facing spin, but actually when you're sitting in the dressing room and you know the opposition have 4 spinners, it's a bit of a clue really that it's a good chance one might take that new ball. So I'm sure Markram and Zorzi would have been prepped and planned. Now left hand with a slip in play and a deep square leg in operation and a long off.
Yeah, it's certainly a ploy that we have seen, especially in the shorter formats, the T20 cricket, where the spinners are being utilised in the power play, especially with the new ball. 50-over cricket, probably not as much. So yeah, as a batter, you'd be doing your planning. Almost guarantee you're not expecting this, even though they're selecting 4 spinners. Oh, that's the one turning back.
Got to be very careful when you're thinking square the wicket. And you mentioned in the lead up to the game, Vern, that De Zorzi likes going square the wicket. This nearly proved his downfall because he's thinking square cut. Right there, he's thinking square cut. Nearly gets cleaned up.
And this time round, appears to get an outfield, but he's only going to get 1. Yeah, I think I spoke at my condition report, pitch report. There's a couple of modes of dismissal that you want to eliminate as a batsman. You know they're going to come straight. You want to be watchful for LBW Bolt. You make mention you don't want to play too square. Afford yourself a bit of time to get in. It might take a little bit longer, that process, but afford yourself a little bit of time. Short, it's down the leg side. He's going to pick up a couple here. Only 1. It's indication it's leg buys. That also complete the second over. South Africa 11 for none. Yeah, we've witnessed the first 2 overs and we've seen that there is a bit of variable bounce from time to time. After the first over, Faruqi has decided to come around the wicket straight away, so he's going to try and tuck him up, not afford him any width. Yeah, just the angle. It's so important to utilize those angles at your disposal. I made mention also earlier about bringing those stumps into play. Length is going to be key here. I get a feeling if you're going to be holding that back of a length and just hold control, the surface will reward you. You don't have to go looking it for it as a bowler. That's a fine balance, isn't it? Because when you have new ball in hand, you almost feel that you need to bowl the team out. So you want to see the ball swinging from time to time. And that's an excellent length. You won't mind when the runs come down that region.
An early change though for a left arm seamer after 1 over to just say I'm eliminating that ball to swing back to the right hander.
Yeah, I think it's perhaps boiled down to control. We've seen Reza Hendricks is driving through the cover region or into that cover region, so perhaps he's identified that there's not a lot of swing on offer. You want to make sure that you don't want to offer up that width early on.
2 long half volleys though, truth be told. They were really juicy ones that Reza Hendricks put through extra cover.
Yeah, another half volley. Tony De Zorzi, he's not going to miss on that. That's an excellent drive. Really allowed the ball to come to him. First boundary for De Zorzi.
Have a little look, a little shimmy down and outside the off stump. Hit me ball again. Look where that ball is pitched. Really full. Lovely balanced out from the southpaw.
And again, the follow ball much better. I think we're talking about it. Every now and again, you feel like you can go a touch fuller. On this surface, as a bowler, you almost want to put that full nick-off delivery away. You don't even want to err there, because you know batsmen are going to look to be aggressive. They're going to look to score on that full delivery. Tony de Zorzi, miles beyond him. He scores in ODI cricket against India in December of 2023. 28, 119 not out, and 81. Talk about he's an exciting left-hand player once he gets going. It's a dismissal of this first slip as well. There's no catches behind the stumps. First slip goes to a catching cover.
Well, I watched Tony de Zorzi in the SA20 for Durban. I thought he was excellent. But not just his run scoring ability, he seems a real character. A lot of attention on the social media, which tells them he's a popular bloke around the sheds and around any side he plays in.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got his own Instagram channel for those of you that want to follow him. Passion. Joker. Oh, I tell you what, he's changed the angle and it's worked for him. He's come around the wicket. It looked like an inside edge, but onto the stumps of Reza Hendricks. Afghanistan pick up their first. South Africa 17 for 1.
Well, very good from Fazal Haq Faruqi and Hashmatullah Shahidi. Change of plan. Tentative, I would say. Look at that. That ball is 6-7 stump. Doesn't need to play that.
Afghanistan in a 3 for South Africa, the captain Aidan Markram. We feel that he will be a vital cog in the wheel in setting a score here for South Africa. Is his number 69? An average of a touch under 37. 1050s to go with 300s. Yeah, this is excellent stuff from Afghanistan. They've identified early what's going to work on the surface, and they've reverted to there straight away around the wicket. Talking about using that angle, creating the angle. Yeah, Reza Hendricks just prodding away from his body. It is excellent planning and execution. Yeah, short this time round. Cut from Tony de Zorzi, but that slow outfield again. It's holding up in the outfield. They're going to come back for a second. And this is one thing as a spinner you want to eliminate. You do not want to be overstepping that front line. It is a free hit. Where is Tony de Zorzi going now, O'Brien?
Well, field can't change. Reverse sweep's an option.
Trying to dummy him. Oh, I tell you what, the last thing you wanted to do there is to get run out for free.
Well, Captain Aidan Markram was out of the blocks at the non-striker's end quickly, lucky for the single. Club straight to mid-on. You do not want to take on that man mid-on. Rashid Khan, electric.
It's an excellent shot. Firmly struck, but also well stopped at cover.
Just the dismissal of Reza Hendricks. Just smells of a player searching for some kind of form, looking for rhythm. Tentative feeling for the ball on 6-7 stump. Nothing to gain, everything to lose.
And I suppose just on your point, from time to time when you are struggling a little bit in the form department, you do go reaching and playing at balls that you not necessarily have to play at. Has been coming for some time. Yes, there's been tricky surfaces in the World Cup, but you almost want to put that out of your mind. When you play on a surface like this, it requires you to get yourself in, afford yourself a bit of opportunity, because there's runs on offer here if you get yourself in.
Well, just passed for a slip, Mohamed Nabi. I was just looking as Gazanfer was running. I thought Mohamed Nabi is so fine at first slip. He's almost hiding behind Gurbaz to the off spinner, to the right hander.
Yeah, that's very well bowled. Almost looked like the carom ball, the one going away from the right hander. In defense of Aiden Markham, he's played it well. Played it with soft hands. And the 4, South Africa 22 for 1.
Decent start for Afghanistan, picking up that early wicket. Faisal Haq Faruqi to continue on the Sharjah club end.
Yeah, this has done some damage. Aiden Markham's going to take a little bit of while to get himself restored and ready. Faruqi has been the one who has made the impact here for Afghanistan. And just have a look at this package from him. He was guilty coming over the wicket of bowling a few juicy half volleys, but then he found his length around the wicket, and you can see it's a tentative push from Reza Hendricks, just out, well outside that off stump, and he gets the inside edge. It's the kind of surface that's going to suit Faruqi. If he's back over length, he's going to be able to be very skiddy, and he can even probably be shorter than most surfaces he plays around the world, because it doesn't look like the ball is going to bounce. This is really not a comfortable one for Aiden Markham. And there's often players in the dressing room who seem to find it amusing, but for the person involved, there's no amusement to it whatsoever. And you can even see the look on the face as if to say, really? Did you have to do that to me right now? We'll give them the benefit of the doubt and think they're laughing at something else. I'm glad they've relayed this surface. You watched a couple of the RPLs that took place here and some of the other games, even I think it was the T20 World Cup a few years back, and it kind of looked like it had lost a bit of its consistency. And you know, every ground, every pitch around the world has a kind of longevity, and it looks beautiful now. It looks like nice and even. There's no bumps and hollows. It really does look like a good playing surface, and it's played nicely so far. So it's always going to be favouring the batters. Of that there's no doubt when you come to Sharjah, but I think they've done a fantastic job.
Well, the games that you played here back in the day, there was that old Sharjah sheen on the surface, wasn't there? Almost as if someone had polished the surface before you went out to play. Absolutely no seam movement off the surface at all, was there?
Yeah, and there was no grass cover either. It was challenging and it was batter friendly, but in those days too we only used to play with the one ball. So the big attraction for us was at the back end of an innings, the ball used to get really soft. So that did protect the small boundaries as well. Meant that it wasn't easy to just pop it over.
This angle that Faisal Haq Faruqi is operating with from round the wicket, it really is effective. He always goes over the wicket first up, and then as soon as the ball stops swinging, he angles that ball in, and it's a difficult angle for the batters to cope with, isn't it?
Yeah, just have a look at that replay too, and it's so important from a batting perspective that you don't present a 45-degree bat angle, because the nature of this pitch is not going to be excessive bounce, and if you just misread it slightly, it's going to hit that bottom edge, and if it's angled at 45, it tends to drag back onto the stumps. So it is a good change up by him. Sometimes it's also, Mergers, about you just don't feel comfortable. It's just like you're not swinging it on a certain day. It might be conducive to swing, but it's not coming out the wrist properly. That's the genuine pause slow ball, that one.
He's got so many variations now through all the leagues around the world that he's played in. He really is a much sought after cricketer, and understandably so. I think we saw in the T20 World Cup, different format, I know, white ball all the same, all the varieties he's got. Look at that.
Seam up one, trying to still get it to swing even though it's got no real pace behind it. I do remember from playing here that sometimes the 5th and 6th delivery of the over you have to bowl a slow ball because you've got no energy to bowl the quicker one.
A lot's been made of the temperature here at this time of the year. It is still very hot. That's one of the reasons why the matches are starting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We might actually, if there's a few delays today, end up with a 2-day one-day international. Let's hope we don't, and we do finish on the same day that we start.
We start internationals, one international is 2:30. In South Africa, we've moved it to 1:30 so that kids and families can get home, often particularly the midweek games like a Wednesday game. I think the nature of Dubai is they tend to stay up a little bit later here then. Drag that one on as well. It's the slow ball delivery again, the 45-degree bat angle once again from Aiden Markram. And it really is not the way to present that bat on this kind of surface. Dragged on again, the second one of the innings.
Shake of the head from Markram. He knows he's been done there by Faisal Haq Faruqi. Fabulous bowling from the left armour. He's taken both so far. Almost a carbon copy of the previous dismissal. Hanging the bat out a little bit at an angle. And the timber disturbed. Markram out for 2. South Africa 24 for 2. So South Africa winning the toss, deciding to bat. Tristan Stubbs coming in at number 4. This is just his second one-day international. Made his name in the shorter form of white ball cricket. He's not on strike though. Wicket falling off the last ball of the previous over. So Tony de Zorzi will face up.
Gazanfar's just getting a little bit of drift through the air, just a bit of movement, and you don't often see that from spinners. Tristan Stubbs, he's really come on leaps and bounds in his career, not really in this format, but got a promotion in the test match arena up until number 3 in the West Indies, and kind of started at 6 or 7 for South Africa in the T20s, but has found himself being thrust higher up the order, so a lot expected from him, and the management of the South African side is starting to show a bit of faith.
Stubbs will now face his first ball. His one previous one-day internationals against the West Indies at East London in March of last year. This is why he's here.
And just seemed maybe deceived a little bit by the pace, so he kind of got into position early and then pushed the bat out in front of himself. But for me, it's that 45-degree angle. If you just misjudge it and you're going to get the bottom edge on it, it's going to target back towards the stumps. And in two very similar dismissals, Faruqi, who didn't start off great in his first over, has bounced back beautifully.
Now can we have that wicket again, Stan, or is it difficult with the spinner on?
Come on, boys, come on, boys, come on, boys.
Stan, can we have the wicket again, or is it difficult with the spinner on?
Come on, boys, shabash, shabash, shabash. Lovely, daar is it, daar is it.
Just wonder whether Aiden Markram could have been maybe looking at adjusting his stance a little bit with the change of angle that we saw from Faisal Haq Faruqi going really wide of the crease from round the wicket.
Sometimes when they bowl from that wide, you often see the batter jump onto off stump because he kind of knows you can't be out LBW unless it's a full toss or a really full delivery. There's another example of that ball just drifting back, and Stubbs is having to watch that carefully. He's looking to play off the back foot, which is often a good idea against spinners. But sometimes when they've got that new ball in the hand, it's kind of not a bad idea just to try and look to get on the front foot, because once that ball pitches, as is the case with Gazanfar, it kind of just skids on rather than gripping in the surface.
Why?
Good over that from Gazanfar. Just a single from it. South Africa 25 for 2. Two wickets for Faisal Haq Faruqi, operating from the Sharjah club end, including today's acting captain for South Africa, Aiden Markram. He's leading the side with Temba Bavuma absent through illness.
We lost the toss and we put into the field to have them 25 for 2 after 6 overs. You won't be feeling disappointed with that at all. It's been quality, particularly after the first over, which was a little bit expensive.
A lovely sound off the bat, that, and it was well fielded by Karote at backward point.
And when the pressure's on, there's nothing better than when the fielders get behind the bowlers. The bowlers have done well to pick up the 2 wickets, or Faruqi's done well to pick up the 2, and then maybe just strain slightly in line, make some good contact from De Zorzi, and no benefit gained for South Africa. Good fielding backing up what's been a good start with the ball.
Oh, that's gone straight up in the air. Midon is under it and takes the catch. It's the skipper, Hashmatullah Shahidi, and now Faruqi has 3.
Yeah, plenty of smiles in the dugout, and the flags are being waved, and so they should be. That's the 3rd wicket down. South Africa have not come to terms with the surface. These days you don't have the luxury of practice games or any other sort of games in the build-up to the first international. It's a 3-match series, They had to hit the ground running and they've been unable to do so. Shimming across to the off stump. You can see the reaction. He knows he's been beaten for the ball, just skidding onto him, straight up in the air. Nice take, comfortable take. And now 3 down for South Africa. Having won the toss, finding themselves a little bit of trouble. 25 for 3.
Calvarena in at number 5. He'll be keeping wicket today. In the short term, he'll be required to dig South Africa out of quite a substantial hole they find themselves in the early stages of this match.
Once again, the next delivery is back of a length. It skids on and it's met with a similar angled bat by Calvarena. And you can see the hands on the heads, and that's the reason that he got away with it. See, nearly chopped it back onto the stumps to be the 3rd South African, and they are in a spot of bother. I mean, if you think of the fact that they've said that at number 6 will be Jason Smith making his debut. If another wicket falls down now and they come on, that could be real trouble. You can just see Dazorzi was looking to lunge forward and kind of just shimmy across to the off stump, but his weight was kind of forward, and then he tried to play from that front foot position, try to pull it across to the leg side, and he's disappointed because in general it should be a good batting surface here in Sharjah, and he kind of got himself in. He was there for a long enough period. Just a bit of running repairs for Faruqi. He's just getting a stud re-secured in his boot. I just think the nature of the pitch, as I was making the point, you can go and have many net sessions as you like, but I think South Africa have just kind of battled to get used to the low skiddy bounce that's being presented. Those two dragged on, and then Zorzi was maybe expecting that to bounce a lot higher. It doesn't, and he almost has to get his bat going down and just pops it up in the air. In Afghanistan, they'll be ecstatic about the current situation.
Again, just feeling for that ball outside off stump.
General Calvarena, his technique, he's not a big man for a big stride or getting across the stumps. He kind of plants straight down and then looks to play from there. Loves scoring square of the wicket off the front and the back foot. So he'll have to just be a bit careful about any ball that stays down a bit and doesn't follow the similar fate of some of the top order. Let's have a look at Faruqi. There's his wicket deliveries, and that was the short one to Dazorzi, but those ones that were overpitched were put away. But besides that, he's been really good.
South Africa, you have to say, in these first 6 overs and 5 balls have looked a little bit undercooked in these conditions. Don't look as though they've fully come to terms with what's required on this sort of surface.
You also do think about the Afghanistan strength, and it's often in those middle overs where they kind of strangle opposition. So it's not going to get any easier for the South Africans, but what they do need is Stubbs and Verreynne just to kind of put something together and kind of ease the nerves in the dressing room.
That will ease the nerves. A very nice drive. Not a lot of foot movement from Verreynne, but good timing, and he gets a boundary. Nice way to end the 7th over for South Africa. Just a little bit of respite for them. 29 for 3. South Africa in all sorts of strife at the moment. Fourth over now for Gazanfur. And a wicket. Stubbs has gone. I think it deflected off the wicketkeeper. And then Nabi had slipped, got his hands under it. So South Africa's troubles, well, they've gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, you're 100% right here, Mergus. It is. It's the outside edge, and it goes off the keeper's pad, so it's well watched by Nabi. Sometimes that can be quite distracting. You can see how initially he puts his left hand out, has to adjust, and it kind of falls perfectly into his hands. And that is brilliant from Afghanistan. They've kept the pressure on. Gazanfur now gets his first wicket of the day. 4 down after 7.1 overs. Tristan Stubbs goes without scoring.
Jason Smith in on debut at number 6. And I'm sure when he was lying in bed last night thinking about making his debut, he wasn't anticipating coming in with the score with South Africa 29 for 4.
He certainly wasn't. 116 is his best score. It was actually this last season. He played a wonderful knock at Kingsmead for Natal, getting his team out of a precarious position over the line to win the match. He's going to have plenty of work to do. He wouldn't have faced a lot of this kind of variation that the Afghanistan spinners will bring. And straight away, Gazanfur is on target, just getting that ball to tail back in at him. He's searching. It doesn't matter how much footage you've watched in the pre-match analysis. Once you get out there, you have to kind of work it out very quickly. And they'll be targeting the stumps. 2 slips in place. And Afghanistan are smelling the possibility of another wicket.
That's turned. Big shout for LBW earlier in the over.
There's that one where he gets that late movement. It's almost like a slow in-swinging bowler. And that one was sliding comfortably down the leg side. And I'm sure it's not going to be long before another one of those is on its way.
That one's gone the other way. In the end, Smith has done quite well to get a bat on that.
It's a lovely situation to be in as a bowler when you feel that you're on top of the bat. I mean, he's making his debut. He's be hell of a nervous for Jason Smith. And now he's going to have to try and work out what variations are going to be dealt at him. And I think this one's going to be the quicker one that comes in towards the stumps, I would think, trying to just shape it in with a bit of swing.
Let's not forget that South Africa routed Afghanistan for 56 in the semi-final of the T20 World Cup in July over in the Caribbean, so maybe there's a little bit of unfinished business there as far as Afghanistan are concerned. Bowled! Smith goes for a duck on debut, and South Africa are all over the place at the moment.
Yeah, brilliant bowling for Gazanfur. His last 2 deliveries that he shaped in, we looked to get that little bit of an in-swing. He kind of started them too straight, and they were both angling down the leg side. But this one, he's on point. He starts it outside that off stump, it shapes back, just nips off the surface as well, clashes into that middle leg stump. And things going from bad to worst for the South Africans. Jason Smith doesn't manage to get off the mark in his debut. And South Africa found themselves 29 for 5 and a double wicket maiden.
along. Still got slip in position. Faruqi to continue from the round the wicket. Nicely worked into the gap on the offside for 4. Welcome into the commentary box, Farad Fidai.
It's great to be here with you, Devinder, and in the iconic Sharjah Cricket Stadium. History has been made. The fact that the 250th ODI match has been played here. And history in the making. Afghanistan really making a solid start. This is a beautiful looking shot. After 6 deliveries, starting things with a boundary should give some momentum to South Africa. But 33 for 5. The Afghanistan bowlers, Fazalak Faruqi to start the damage, taking 3 wickets. And then Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar bowling a 2-wicket maiden, really making things tough for South Africa.
It's outside the off stump. Excellent control and discipline from the both bowlers, the fast bowler and the spinner as well.
Yeah, and the recently concluded Shpagiza, the 9th edition, Fazalak Faruqi came to his side, and from a position where Amu Sharks went down at the bottom of the table, went on to win the 9th edition of Shpagiza Cricket League. Fazalak Faruqi took 2 fifers. He's got very deceptive slow balls. We saw one today. And Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar, the highest wicket taker. He took 17 wickets. Really good prospect for the Afghanistan cricket, especially for Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar. The fact that Afghanistan missing the services of Mujib Zadran, he used to open with the new ball. And the thing about Mujib Zadran has been that he takes wicket with the new ball. Now, the fact that Allah Muhammad Ghazanfar is filling in his shoes, taking wicket, is what Afghanistan will be very, very happy with. Talking about the history in the making, is it that Afghanistan will, for the first time, defeat South Africa? They've got a very good chance for themselves.
Ominous signs here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Beautiful delivery. He's creating angle, he's creating problems. Plenty of problems for South Africa to deal with. It's going wide of the crease, angle into the bat. It's holding its line, and that's why it did not go on to hit the stumps. Beautifully bowled.
Well, Moulder and Ryan will have to do the big job of building partnership. Jonathan Trott, what a tenure he's had for Afghanistan, bringing Afghanistan to the semi-final against the same opposition in the T20 format. A different one though, and then winning 4 matches in the One-Day World Cup back in 2023. Alongside fielding coach, South African batting coach, and Hamid Hassan. Last ball. After this, can produce a wicket or not. Thing is, interestingly, Fazalak Faruqi took 2 wickets of the last ball of his overs.
Fantastic from Faruqi. Comes from the Baghlan province in Afghanistan. Kharote also from the same province. 3 for 26. Remarkable start in the bowling department. Asmat was talking about batting first if he had 1 2 men in catching position. Slip and short cover on the offside. Wide-ish delivery. Well fielded. Dot to end the over. 9 gone, 35 for 5. demolition job done by Afghan bowlers. Pace and spin creating massive impression here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Now 2 men in catching position.
Yeah, it's very good, aggressive captaincy from Hashmatullah Shahidi. Had a wonderful start back in 2022 against Netherlands, winning that series and then going on to make sure that Afghanistan qualify to the one-day World Cup back in 2023 and then defeating 3 world champions in the 2023. Has been having a wonderful time with the team. Oh, this is close. He's asking it and he's been given out. Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar takes the 3rd one.
Stunning, amazing, brilliant from Allah Muhammad. Joy for Afghan supporters here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. He's gone for the review.
Director, we have applied him for league before, original decision is out. I have checked the feet, it's fair delivery, start with front one first. Ball is close to the bat, can we confirm by a try? Try is coming. Try is building. Copy. Guys, Ultra is building. Copy, Ultra is coming. Carol forward, there is a gap between bat and ball. No spikes, satisfy. Ball tracking, please. Ball tracking is building. Okay. Original decision is out. And pick upside off. And picked in line. Wickets umpire call. Is that stay with your original decision out? You're on screen signal now.
He's out. He's gone for 10. Lowest score at which South Africa has lost 6 wickets in the history of ODI cricket. Remarkable figures. 36 for 6. Kyle out for 10, 36 for 6.
Go on, boy, quick chin, quick chin.
Good going, yeah. 8 minutes down. Yes, unfortunately, we don't get allowances for wickets in this version. We don't get allowances. understand.
South Africa, they've been rocked back 36 for 6. And Dile Felukwayo knew better in with the ability to play big shots, but the situation is radically different.
Yeah, it's come down to the all-rounders now. Joining Moulder with the best of 69. South Africa will certainly be looking at him and asking him just stay out there. The key is do not give another wicket to these Afghanistan bowlers who have been on fire, and only 2 have bowled so far. Rashid Khan is yet to come and bowl. And South Africa have already lost for the first time 6 wickets inside the power play. We were talking about the history being made, the 250th ODI match here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Another history is that for the first time, it is 36 runs in losing 6 wickets what South Africa has endured. Afghanistan bowlers really, really commanding, bossing the situation.
Beautifully bowled by Gajanfar. Was effort by the batter, but was found in front. It was umpire's call, so beautifully bowled once again.
We had an interview back in Afghanistan with Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar and a couple of other promising prospects of the Afghanistan cricket, and I talked to him and I said, what do you do when there is not enough turn on the wicket? Then he said, I read the mind of the batter. So it's really nice to see young Afghan cricketers emerging just like this on the international stage. South Africa bringing it down to 36 for 6 is a remarkable achievement. We've been talking about what it would mean for Afghanistan to be able to secure the first win against South Africa. Remember, in the last 5 outings in the 2 formats of the T20 and One Day, Afghanistan is yet to defeat South Africa.
Tough experience for South Africans playing in spin-friendly conditions here in Sharjah. Also, Gajanfar, he plays for the domestic side, which is captained by Hashmat. Beautifully bowled, magnificent delivery. Run out. Well, well, well. Dramatic scenes here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Celebrating the Afghans.
Well, they're asking the question from the umpire. Filokwayo will not be looking happy, but I think it's a good presence of mind from Gulbadin Naib, who was there at the slip, and seeing him out of the crease, dislodging the bails. We'll have to wait and see what the decision is. Some work for the TV umpire. Let's have a look. Yes, the bat is not behind the crease. The rule is you gotta have to put the bat behind the crease.
Bills is off. Batsman is outside of the crease. Not grounded. My decision for big sweep.
Well, well, well. Now 7 down. 7 for 36. What happening? In at number 9, Bjorn. Well, the field restrictions will be lifted, but will Afghanistan want fielders on the boundary ropes? The way they've been bowling so far, they want as many fielders in catching positions.
Well, absolutely. Afghanistan will want to keep the pressure, will want to keep it tight, bowl South Africa as early as they can, and in comes the Rashid Khan. What a stage been set for him, replacing Farooqi, who took 3 wickets. And he gave that momentum to Afghanistan. And after that, Ala Muhammad Ghazan for taking 3, and then some brilliant fielding effort from Gulbuddin Naib, making sure that Filukuayo departs without bothering the scorers. Now these are the wickets. Ala Muhammad Ghazan for this is the wicket. The appeal, and Filukuayo was asking for the run. Yes, you can't ask that question. He attempted the run. And there's an appeal for a catch. They're asking. Rashid Khan is asked for the review. Gurbaz looks very confident.
TV umpire director, we have review for caught behind. I have checked the feet, it's fair delivery. Start with front on. Copy. Ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by outrage? Copy. Okay. Forward. Forward, there is gap. Go forward, forward. There is gap between ball and bat. No spikes. Okay. Satisfied? Original decision was not out. You on screen, stay with your original decision, not out.
Excellent decision from the umpire. Bengton. Bat hitting the ground rather than ball striking the bat. Gurbaz was convinced behind the stumps.
Tell me, who are the wicket keepers that are not convinced most of the times? So much excitement behind the wicket. Every delivery comes into the gloves and asks the questions.
Bowling beautifully. It's dry surface, slow, low turning. It's causing all sorts of problems for the batters. Ably utilized by Afghan spinners and pace bowler in Fazilak Farooqi. Looking to attack the stumps. Not getting much turn, Rashid. The leg spinning deliveries.
Throw at the stump, Gurbaz behind the wicket, calling the on-field fielder. He seemed to be in rush.
Come on, boys.
Well, it's chirpiest wicketkeeper I heard, Niall O'Brien. Behind the stumps. Beaten again. Excellent beginning for Rashid Khan.
Interesting to hear Gurbaz sharing the words of wisdom. Bowl it wicket to wicket, and if he misses, here's the stump.
Tossed up delivery from Rashid that made him to start with. 36 for 7.
In all Afghanistan, rookie Kazanfa Rashid Khan, only 3 bowlers used. Africa 36 for 7 after 11. Joined alongside Sean Pollock. What do you make of that power play?
Our worst ever as a South African side. 7 wickets down in the power play. Asking plenty of questions. It's not going to get any easier. It was actually interesting to see Moulder getting out the reverse sweep, just his 3rd delivery. They're 7 down. They can basically bat for 40 overs. There is Ghazenfar's pitch map. He's been very accurate, and there's different variations in movement of the pitch through the air. Has asked a lot of questions.
Yeah, I think the one thing that he has done wonderfully well is setting the batsman up. Has the ability to take it away from the right hand, and from time to time we've seen how the right hand is not quite certain which way it's going off the surface. His eye has been able to trap his man quicker. One that's going on with the arm. We talked about bringing those stumps into play, and he's been exceptional today.
Just holds back. He takes a lot of pace off that delivery, almost like it just never got to Fontaine. And it's a dangerous shot to be playing the sweep shot. I think everything is just skidding a little bit lower, and even the ones that are banged in back of a length aren't bouncing, and that's where South Africa have struggled to adapt.
I think it's such a good point you make there, Polly. And talk about being able to adapt to certain surfaces. This particular surface is almost cried out for batsmen to be predominantly on the front foot. We've seen a vast majority of dismissals, batsmen in 2 minds, not committing forward nor back. Yeah, you can almost be certainly committing on that front foot because you know you're not going to get bounced out. A bit more attacking, but it has been real difficult for the South African batsmen. Surface that from time to time a bit too pace, up and down. Still need to find a way.
Interesting to see what the approach is going to be. As I mentioned earlier, a reverse sweep on Moulder, his 3rd delivery. Fontaine looking to take that one on over deep mid wicket. They can bat for basically 38 overs, and I don't think there'll be one complaint if they take their time and go as slow as they want in the South African camp, because they've got everything to play for. 37 for 7.
Yeah, 37 for 7. South African perspective, you have to ask yourself the question, what is your way back in? Be competitive in this contest. You cannot just give up. Just feel, oh, if you direct hit, it's trouble. I put the dive in, but I'm afraid if that hit, he would have been a goner.
A little bit of pandemonium out there for South Africa at the moment. Looking to play it, force it away off the back foot. Little edge, and then it was never a single on. Direct hit, he's gone. Rocky was the one who made the good yardage and threw it well out. Rashid Khan's very good at getting the ball through at a decent pace, and invariably he does tend to attack the stumps. So it's been a little bit surprising that he's been starting off outside and had to fight a few deliveries outside that off stump, because you do feel if he goes to his normal status quo and the way he normally operates, a bit of extra pace, pitching back over length, targeting off stump, he's going to be mightily effective.
Yeah, it is certainly a part of his game that he's gone away and worked hard on. Initially he used to be quick through the air, but it's a wonderful variation now where he just slows it up in the air. As a batsman, you're not sure whether to commit back, because you could play him off the back foot predominantly. He's forcing you to come forward. It's a reverse sweep again. Excellent. They have been excellent in the field, backing up their bowlers at every instance, every opportunity. They're really enjoying this rhythm of play, Afghanistan.
Must get the feeling that Moulder's just feeling that the reverse sweep is as confident playing it as any other shot, because he's gone to it twice now.
Easy one, easy one.
And nudges that one away. So it's the end of the 13th. It's 39 for 7, and it's time for the players to have a refreshment, and maybe for South Africa a rethink.
Yeah, it's been a tough day for the South African top order. No one could get started here, but excellent execution with the ball in hand from the Afghanistan bowlers as a collective. They have been really tightening the screws and suffocating South Africa to 39 for 7. It was initially Reza Hendricks got off with the boundary in the first over from Faruqi, another over pitch delivery, but then he changed the angle, and that is what led to the start of the wickets for Afghanistan. Again playing away from his body, Aiden Markram. This time round, only the Zorzi trying to go square, but Rust Gazanfo, he started to get in on the action, one to turn away from Tristan Stubbs. It's caused real difficulty for the middle order of South Africa. Alvarena hitting one behind square for 4, and then again Gazanfo picking up his third. This is a bit of a silly run out from Andile Fitlequire, not knowing where the ball was, but excellent awareness from Afghanistan. It is left to the worst power play score for South Africa, 39 for 7.
I think there's been 4 boundaries. I think 3 of them came off Faruqi in his first 7 deliveries. 2 juicy half volleys to Reza Hendricks and 1 to Zorzi. And then there was that 1 cut from Calvarena. Otherwise, besides that, it's been all on point from Afghanistan. South Africa haven't adapted to the conditions and under immense pressure, 7 down.
Yeah, and I think we spoke at length of the pitch report, what kind of dismissals you can look forward to as a bowler. So as a batsman, you need to be aware of where bowlers are going to target you. They're going to want to bring those modes of LBW and bold into play. So it is your job to be a little bit proactive. Where I feel they could have been a little bit proactive is perhaps bet on off stump, so force the bowler a touch wider, so you eliminate those bowl dismissals.
To Faruqi, I agree with that one. But it's been wonderful just to see Azumfar and his skills and how it's basically a matter of the batters are trying to survive, not even thinking about scoring. They're trying to pick it out the hand, they're trying to work out the variations. And he is just dominating terms. We don't often see this in one-day international cricket. Often it's flat pitches, the ball gets soft, doesn't kind of swing, doesn't really spin, and the batters tend to dominate. But for today, 6.4 overs, 3 for 10. He has asked some brilliant questions of these batsmen.
Yeah, big shot. This one, I get the feeling, is just angling down the leg side. Going to pick up a leg by. Yeah, I have to fully agree with you, Polly. Excitement of mystery spin. They're going to have a look, contemplating, discussing between wicketkeeper and bowler. They've decided against it. A relief for Moulder.
Yeah, he did get across the stumps a little bit, but I think they got the feeling that maybe just sliding down that leg side. I think on that angle, it's obviously from a completely different angle from what the umpire sees things, but I think the replay straight down the line will show that it's missing leg stump.
Yeah, that is the delivery that's been causing havoc for the South Africans. At the end of 14, South Africa 40 for 7. Is the lowest scores for South Africa in one-day internationals, 69. Would be the first port of call. Ian Moulder looking to be a little bit more aggressive here against Rashid Khan.
I think he does need to be selective though, deciding to go after the right ones. That one was targeted at the stumps. But anyway, he's going to try and be forceful, he's going to try and be aggressive, and we're going to see if that can work out for Ian Moulder. That could be another boundary, and it will be. Just gets it behind square on the offside, and the good thing about that one, Fontaine waited as late as possible and played it under the R's, managing to get it away. So a bonus boundary for South Africa. It's few and far between so far.
Yeah, it's one of the rare loose deliveries from Rashid Khan. You can see he's just trying to bowl it a touch quicker, drag down his length. But excellent waiting from Bjorn Fontaine. Late cut. This time round, back on the money for Rashid Khan.
He played the test match, and I just think maybe he's just short of a gallop here because he's so accurate normally at targeting the stumps. Well, we've seen a couple of occasions today offering up a little bit of width, and that's where South Africa have been able to free the arms.
No run, no run.
Certainly a surface that you feel will suit him to the tee. Like you say, he's quick, he's skiddy in at the stumps. A great turner of the ball. Whereas I do feel Kazanfar has been excellent because he's got one or two to turn. That's where he's created most of the doubt.
Yeah, as a captain, I'd be asking him, listen, you stay there. That's your game plan. Hit your variations in and around the off stump. If it stays down or spins a bit, it can target the stumps. That's nicely played by Moulder. It might get away to the fence, and it does. The man is situated very much behind square on the offside, and that will be given as a boundary. 49 for 7.
Of course, the Firebird production for ACB. Been all Afghanistan, unfortunately.
Been an on-fire production from Afghanistan cricket team.
Wow, lovely, lovely boy, lovely
Talk
boy.
about the mystery spinner. They've got so much, haven't they? I mean, they've got these two operating now. There's Nur Ahmed, who's been brilliant in our SA20. I mean, there was players there that couldn't pick him. Wakaselam Keel, I think it's pronounced. He was also brilliant in the first of the SA20. So you would think they would just get them queuing up, 4 or 5 of them in one team, and produce a bit of a turning surface, and they'll be immensely competitive wherever they go.
And it brings up the 50 for South Africa. You mentioned all those spinners. As a seamer, you might be thinking, how's my way in?
Riki's brilliant as well. I mean, he does a good job with the new ball. We've obviously got Nabi, who's orthodox. I mean, he hasn't even been introduced into the bowling attack as yet.
Now we talk about spinners being impressive, but they've managed to hold length, not offering up a lot of width. You can see 58% of the balls in a good area. When you add the dimension of the mystery, the one going away, the one coming back, as a batsman you are challenged all the time.
And also just their length, it's similar as the fast bowlers. They don't have to be on 4 or in around 5. They can actually hover around 6 because of the nature of this pitch. It's just staying down. So you actually don't mind erring slightly shorter because there's a good chance it's going to get through or skid through a little bit lower than what the batter expects anyway. Change of field and giving someone a short mid-on position there. Maybe going to try and target the stumps and see if Moulder will chip it on the air on the leg side. Gave it a bit more air. And that was nasty bowled.
Lovely boy, lovely boys.
Yeah, you can see he's certainly enjoying himself out there. Kazanfar. Just that ability. Talk about him being consistent. You can see it's almost like a knuckleball. It's just gone straight on with the arm. Ortain trying to play for a bit of turn, and that's where the confusion has been for most of the day. Excellent again. The end of the 16, South Africa 50 for 7.
Very impressive bowling figures there, as you'd expect with a score of 50 for 7. Rashid Khan operating from the Sharjah club end. An issue with the sight screen at that far end. The black sheeting isn't covering the entire area of the screen, so there's a little bit of red bleeding through. You see it there. And Moulder just making sure everything is as he wants it to be. O'Brien alongside me. Good evening, Niall.
Catch it! Catch it! Oh!
Evening, Brian. That's a lovely shot. Breaking the shackles. Moulder, who was watchful. He was 4 from 22 and he said enough is enough. Clubs on over leg side. Good all-rounder, Moulder. Playing a lot of cricket recently in the UK for Leicestershire. Not quite out of the screws, but they need a bit more of that.
Oh, lovely.
A lot more of that.
Just trying to figure out how South Africa get themselves out of this horribly big hole they're in. I actually feel like maybe some ultra aggression might be the way to go. Because at the moment they're watching, they're not sure which way the ball is turning. They're not sure whether they go back or go forward. In some comical dismissals. Peklaqueo's run out. Afghanistan losing toss have been sensational.
Well, yes, on the other side of the coin, I just wonder whether Afghanistan need to be ultra aggressive themselves, because they've got South Africa 7 wickets down now. Should they just be going for the jugular and saying, look, let's just bowl them out?
Well, they've got Rashid Khan on, so he's pretty handy. Can't miss that. Can't miss that. That was right in front. Good over for South Africa. 6 off it, 56 for 7.
Highest partnership of the match so far, this one, but you have to say the bar's not particularly high. Ninth over for Ghazenfar. Slip in position still. But this is what I'm talking about, Niall. There is that slip in position, but would you like to see some more attacking fielders around just to try and put some pressure on the batters?
Well, he's got 3 sweepers. Deep point, which I don't mind because he sometimes can be a little bit short and wide as he was on that previous ball. And when you've got Fortain and Moulder who have got the ability to strike the ball firmly, a couple of boundary riders on deep square leg and long eye, I don't mind it. There's enough in front of the eye line. Catching cover and patrolling a point, a mid-off and a catching mid-wicket. So there's still attacking men in position. Good from Hashmatullah Shahidi, the captain, vibrant at mid-wicket. Well, this youngster, Ghazenfar, who we witnessed make his debut 6 months ago on this very ground, has been impressive. So accurate. I think everyone here today said you've got to be at the stumps, whether you're seam or spin. Get at the stumps, attack the stumps. 28%, very impressive. Great control from the youngster.
In all fairness, that was exactly what you and Vernon Philander were talking about when you did your pitch report before a ball was bowled today about attacking the stumps.
Yes, I don't think myself and Vernon were expecting 58 for 7, mind you. That would be a very good pitch report. Clubbed. That's going to be 4. All of a sudden, say it quietly, but South Africa are getting a partnership together.
Yes, a bad ball, and it was punished. Low full toss. It was struck really sweetly. Even though there is that sweeper out at deep cover, no opportunity for him to get across at all.
Show boys, show boys.
Both V and Moulder and Ortain in double figures now.
That ball there, Brian, just tells you that the batter does not know which way the ball is turning. If you have a look at selection slash non-commitment, yeah, not sure. I don't know if it's coming back in or going away. Gurbaz and Nabi told the batter so. Nice bit of byplay after that previous dot ball. Another good over for South Africa. 7 off it, 63 for 7.
Change of bowling now at the Sharjah club end. Ngalia Karote made his debut against Ireland here in March. More orthodox spinner than anything we've seen so far today.
Yeah, Rashid Khan out to the attack. Wasn't quite at his most potent, Rashid Khan. 4 overs for 17, so a bit of finger spin now.
Oh, yeah.
And a little bit of grip. We were impressed with him in March. He had amazing skill just to hit that line and length. Will we and Moulder be interested or tempted to get down the surface and try and pummel towards that screen?
He's quite diminutive in stature, and so bowling on this surface, which never has very much bounce anyway, can be quite difficult to get after. He does bowl a decent line.
A good area for right-handers to target would be down the ground of the screen and over extra cover, so not thinking too square and probably not trying to go for the cross bat shots, because that ball just going to stay low. 64 for 7, the partnership's 20. I'm just wondering, can these two batters eke it up to maybe 100? And at which stage do Afghanistan start thinking, oh, we had this opposition 36 for 7, now they're 100 for 7. And all of a sudden 120, 130.
Rapidly through the over. 19 gone, 64 for 7. So a final over now for Gazanfur. Opening the bowling in the power play. Absolutely exceptional figures from him. Bowled with so much variety and so much skill today. Fascinated, Niall, just put yourself in the minds of the two batters here. How do they go about reconstructing the innings? Do they say, well, look, let's bat for another 5 overs, another 5 overs? Do they have a run target in mind? Do they just say, look, let's just bat time, just stay in.
Well, they've had a couple of decent overs recently. 7 off Rashid Khan and a 6 off Gazanfar. With both batters feeling a little bit more comfortable at the crease. This is the young teenager's 10th and final over, so they'll probably just say, get him out of the attack. He's been a real thorn in our side. So let's get through his 10. Have a look at who Ashmatullah Shahidi goes back to, because he's got a lot of options. Nabi, Azmatullah Omardzai, Rashid Khan maybe switching ends. So I think right now the 2 South African batters are doing a good job. Just play every 6 balls as you can. Traditional, old school, trying to get to a stage and build it up in every 5 over segments. Try and get through another 5. Partnership 30 off 58. Try and make that partnership 40, 50. I liked when Moulder went big leg side. It was a good option. Rashid Khan gave him a bit of width to flay one over the leg side. It was a good option for the powerful right-hand all-rounder. Don't mind a bit of aggression from time to time. At the moment, they're doing it well. 2 men in the middle. They've been smothering going forward, not necessarily totally comfortable. And it's a case of where can you get to? 5 and over, 216. Is that too much? Is that too greedy? Can you get 160, 170? And say to Lungi Ngidi and co. Right, it's not easy. Plenty of experience. Nondre Berger, left arm, raw pace. Bit of spin with Fortain. You're done. The teenager, 3 for 20 off 10. Superb spell. Pat in the back, yeah, rightly so. 66 for 7.
Well, this is an interesting situation. Gazanfar, having bowled his 10 overs, thought, you know what, I'll go off and have a sit down. But the 4th umpire down on the side of the ground was having none of that. Darwish Rasuli had actually come out onto the ground, the 12th man, and he was sent off again. And Gazanfar was told, there's nothing wrong with you. Out you go, please.
That's such good officiating, Brian. Amachad Durrani. Absolutely no way should the bowler have been allowed to leave the field there. Bowl 10 overs, there's nothing wrong with you. Teenager, stay out there. You're not going off for a comfort break. Too much of that in the modern game. In 50 over cricket, T20, Test cricket, people wandering off the field. Change a shirt or get a drink or get a massage. Absolutely not. Professional cricketer, you're being paid. This is your job. You bowled, yes, now you field. Really good umpiring by the 4th umpire.
Good fielding. Barote off his own bowling.
You know, that many test matches this summer in the UK. 82 overs bowled, 83 overs bowled, not good enough. Nice shot off the back foot. Outfield has been slow, it's heavy, they'll get back for a couple. Went to Lord's recently and the Oval to watch Test cricket, and people sitting around me paying £115, £120 for a ticket, getting 82 overs because the players cannot get through or aren't willing to get through the overs quick enough. Something the ICC must try and step in, and they are stepping in. 60-second count.
End of the over, 21 overs gone. South Africa 69 for 7.
Magical bowling performance from Afghanistan. 69 for 7 South Africa. A partnership building, 33 of 67 between Moulder and Twain. Rashid Khan comes on. Great control and discipline shown by the Afghan bowlers. Sensational performance already.
Well, I'll take the cue from you as well, Devender. Good discipline shown by the South African batters as well. This is good build-up. This is the highest partnership, 34 now. And both the batters, yes, they are all-rounder, but when you look at their record in the first class and domestic cricket, they have put together some good performances. Talking about Moulder, when you look at his batting skills, he's got 4,000 runs in the first class with 235 unbeaten to his name. So he really can bat, and this is the skill that he's showing alongside Bjorn Fortin, who also in the first class cricket has got 2,000 plus runs with the highest of 194. So the skills of first class cricket coming into play here, because this is what South Africa need here. Build partnership, take it deep, and then try to score as many as you can. Let down the order, taking nothing away from a brilliant work there by the Afghanistan bowler, led by Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar. What a spell this has been for him, giving away 20 runs, 2 wicket maiden, completing his 10 overs. Brilliant effort.
He's attacking his stumps, Rashid Khan, into his 5th over. Trying to maintain the discipline. Partnership flourishing. Building here for South Africa, 36 of 72. Good application from both batters. Lovely tossed-up delivery and hammered through the onside. Rehman Shah, the fielder on the boundary, single taken. 22 bowls, 73 for 7. Procession of wickets at the top. 9, 11, 2, not 10, not 21 unbeaten for Moulder. For Twain is betting on 15 of 28. 73 for 7. Artificial light also coming on, taking some effect. Karote to continue with slip in position. Short cover as well.
Nangyal Karote made his debut here at Sharjah Cricket Stadium in the month of March.
Oh, lovely,
against Ireland. What a peach of a delivery that was. Rahmanullah Gurba is giving him the compliment. You got the spot right. You got to just keep bowling it in this area. What a delivery this has been. Amazing. Came in, made debut against Ireland, took 4 wickets. Brilliant performance. He's very handy with the bat as well, and he's a gun fielder. I always say that about Nangyal Karote. Great seeing him out here in the national colours.
He's bowling at 89, good pace as well, changing his pace. Hits him on the pad. Looking to attack the stumps. He's an accurate bowler. Getting the ball to turn as well. That was turning down the leg side. Good call from the umpire.
He was playing for Hashmatullah Shahidi in the Bande Amir Dragons in Shpagiza Cricket League, edition number 9. Nangyal Kharote, Ala Muhammad Ghazan for Amir Hamza. Brilliant team that was, making it all the way to the final. But then that brilliant batting from Zubaid Akbari taking the game away from him. But what a player he has been. Gun fielder. Into his third over, he's really kept things tight. He's bowling it wicket to wicket. That's the key. Not giving away anything to the batter. You want to run, you got to take the risk and run. The risk and reward.
Nicely driven down the ground for a single. 23 gone, 75 for 7.
Shabba boys!
Attritional cricket here at Sharjah from South Africa, developing a partnership. Good application from the both batters.
Boys, let's support Pakarde, boys!
Fazil Akhtar will be setting the tune with the pace and angular deliveries, and was ably supported by Gazinfar, making 3 wickets for 20 in 10 overs. That was slow through the air, googly.
Yeah, his bowling stump to stump has been around 20%, less than Ala Muhammad Ghazanfar, who's around 28% more. That is a little bit uncharacteristic of Rashid Khan. Usually is very much wicket to wicket. He knows it because the ball is keeping low. Mind you, it's not. Yeah! Oh, he's bowled him. This time around, he doesn't miss it. And he breaks that threatening partnership of 39 runs. Yasfortrain knows it. He's not been able to read that.
Remarkable bowling from Rashid Khan. He's taken so many wickets here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Knows the conditions, playing with the mind of the batter as well. The amount of experience that he possesses playing in various leagues. The amount of work that he's done for Afghanistan. Remarkable all the time. Going right to the crease. Beautifully bowled. Lovely googly to claim another wicket. Falling apart. Rashid takes the wicket. And for 10 goes for 16. 75 for 8.
Nandri Berger is down to bat at number 10, but I think poor application from beyond 4-10. It was second time that Rashid Khan bowled the googly, and this time in the channel. Away his wicket, putting together that good-looking partnership. They needed to have extended it for another 10 overs. Not to be. Now Rashid Khan has taken his first. Remember, when he is among wickets, he just keeps taking wickets.
Excellent delivery, the googly. Going through the defences. waiting on the back foot, looking to work through the offside. Magnificent operator Rashid Khan. Look at this from another angle. Not quite reaching to the pitch of the ball, just losing his balance, trying to play it off the front foot. Change of angle. Looking to attack once more.
Yeah, Rashid Khan. That is kept low. The ball is keeping low. Nandre Bergen doing the right thing, connecting with the bat in a very last moment. Enough to save him.
Whoa, this guy is so good, huh?
That has been a wicket maiden for Rashid Khan. End of the over, number 24, 75 for 8, South Africa.
It's been marvellous afternoon for Afghanistan. 3 wickets for Fazilak Farooq to set the tone, and then 3 for Ghazenfar. 75 for 8. Change in bowling. Karoche has been replaced by Omar Zai. Came to the fore with that stunning performance against England at the Firozshah Kotla Stadium in New Delhi in the ICC ODI World Cup. Work behind square for a single.
No, Moulder wants to keep the strike. And I think it's a little strange to see, but different tactics. Yeah, Moulder is a better batter than Andre Berger, and he wants to keep as much of the strike he can. But I think he would, in the back of his mind, know that Azmatullah Omarzai has got good in-swingers and out-swingers. Yeah, the ball is not new. When it is new and Azmatullah Omarzai bowls with that, can swing it both way. But then again, looking at the nature of the wicket, I think Moulder will be a better option to play him out.
Looking to hit the bat hard, rating it 132. Fine leg up in the circle. He's been brilliant with the bat as well as with the ball as well, Omarzai.
Yeah, you remember that 97 he scored against South Africa in the ICC One-Day World Cup. Afghanistan was having a bit of a heartbreak after losing to Australia. You tell, had Afghanistan beaten Australia, they could have made to the semi-final and will have given a good fight, and they still did against South Africa in the final match that they were playing. Azmatullah Omarzai, his batting position number 5, Jonathan Trott, discovering his position to bat at number 5 has been the find of that tournament, and since then he's really been scoring runs for Afghanistan. That partnership of 249 alongside Muhammad Nabi against Sri Lanka in a losing cause though, but talks about his batting skills as well as his bowling all-round skills. Azmatullah Omarzai, he led for the first time in Shpagiza Cricket League, Armu Sharks, and he won it for the Armu Sharks. So a leader in the making as well.
He's been brilliant for Afghanistan in the last couple of overs. A couple of years playing for Afghanistan in different formats. Was picked for the Test squad against New Zealand as well.
Yeah, it's good to see players like Azmatullah Omarzai, Rahmanullah Gurbaz need to come and play Test cricket. Afghanistan haven't been playing a lot of Test cricket. Unfortunately, the last 2 years haven't been very promising for the Test cricket over Afghanistan. But not to forget, their win percentage has not been that bad as well. Oh, almost an edge into the hand of the slip, and that's the reason why maybe Moulder did not want Nandre Berger on the strike. It didn't carry to Muhammad Nabi. I hope he hasn't hurt himself.
Pitched up delivery, taking the thick outside edge. Falling short of Nabi. Playing with the soft hand as well. Taking one end off.
Now this is interesting. One ball to Nandre Berger. Can Azmatullah Omarzai bring that one back in to Nandre Berger? Remember that wicket of David Warner against Australia in the ODI World Cup?
Nicely bowled. That marks the end of the over. Number 25, 76 for 8, South Africa.
Right, so Rashid Khan sharing some thoughts you can pick from the stump mic, talking to Hashmatullah Shahidi, sending the mid wicket down at the deep and bringing in the mid off, because he's been trying to slog Rashid Khan. He's tried it a few times, got a boundary or two. I guess he's batted nicely, Moulder. 23 runs, understanding the conditions, taking his time, not giving away his wicket. But Rashid Khan seems to be having some plans. Maybe will want to feed him, want to hit. Well, he want to go for the bait.
Drops it short, forcing stroke through the offside for a single. Should be thinking about taking runs. He's farming strike at the moment, not willing to take singles. Beautifully bowled by Rashid Khan, setting up with a couple of dribblies. This fraction change in line and also the pace of the delivery as well. Slightly closer when he claimed the wicket. Not staying up, staying low.
Yeah, so far he's been bowling it onto his offside. I wonder when he'll give one loopy delivery and ask him to hit. Tristan Stubbs sitting out there, been sent back into the pavilions. One who can hit it hard, new to the ODI format. This is the one I'm talking about. Didn't get underneath it. You know, it says the finer the bait, the shorter the weight.
He's dragging it between his legs. Looks like he not getting up on that occasion. Beautiful ball once again, just tossing the ball up to the batter. Changing his pace, changing the length of deliveries as well, and making adjustment with the line. Nicely driven. We'll take single now.
Now Rashid Khan has got some other skills as well. Look at this, some soccer skills, and then doing it partnership with the opposition. Nandre Berger catching it for Rashid Khan, testing things around. Now this is interesting. So Moulder has been trying to protect Nandre Berger, but he has to face the last ball, because the equation is you got to take a single of the 5th delivery. You don't want to give the entire over to Nandre Berger. See what happens there.
This is single from the over. 26 gone, 77 for 8, South Africa. South Africa wobbling along, 77 for 8. It's been a marvelous bowling performance from Afghanistan already. Azmat to continue. Looking to take the aggressive route, trying to give it a room to himself to thresh it through the offside. Moulder.
Well, you can't give it away. You gotta stay there. You just don't have to lose your patience. There's still another 23 overs left after this. He's batted brilliantly, 24 of 56 deliveries. Now, the pressure is 51 deliveries since the boundary's been hit. Because at times this does play in your mind. That's a better approach. He's got solid technique. He's a good batter. Moulder shown his skills. It'd be nice to see him take South Africa through and build partnership, because big players bring the best of your partner in the game as well and put together some partnership, because the requirement is that you got to put some partnership. 50 run more.
Moulder is betting on 24, which is his highest score in one-day internationals for South Africa, but has got the ability to play big innings. But making it count today from this situation. Symbolic betting performance, to be honest. 77 for 8, yes. He's been absolutely marvellous. Allah Mohammad Ghazanfar. Brilliant captaincy, and he bowled magnificently well, taking 3 for 20 in 10 overs. A drastic improvement in his bowling from how he performed against Ireland.
I wonder if Niall O'Brien is asking the question, seeing him on the screen and not on the field. Why is he not on the field? I don't know what he must have told the fourth umpire, finally getting the break. He's on the edge of the boundary. I'm sure he'll be just joining back soon. You can get a quick break, right? Yeah, there he is. Let's look at what he's done today. He's bowled brilliantly. He took 3 wickets. Brilliant catch of Tristan Stubbs, and after that this one coming in back, no clue whatsoever at all. And then the last of the whole 3 wickets to Allah Mohammad Ghazanfar. What a day he's had. Bowled all his 10 overs on the trot.
A magnificent performance with control and accuracy. Bowls a bouncer. Continuing from his great form in Sharjah Cricket League, where he dominated at the Kabul Cricket Stadium. Similar kind of pitch. Not rising at all. Pitched up delivery marks the end of the over. 27 overs have been bowled here at Sharjah, South Africa. 78 for 8.
Yeah, it's a Firebird production for Afghanistan Cricket Board. It's been Afghanistan Day so far with ball in hand. Just a little bit, come back to it in a second.
1-1-1.
Just a little bit about concern about the approach taken here by Vian Moulder. Almost look like he's gone into boundary mode. He wants to try and farm the strike. No need to not trust Berger on the other end. He's just come off a 50-run partnership in a vital partnership in a test match against the West Indies. You get the feeling the way that you're going to get most of, or the bulk of your runs scored in this partnership is by rotation of strike, and then by picking up those singles, force Afghanistan to bring some of those boundary riders back in. Yeah, talk about bringing those boundary riders up. There's absolutely no need to have one back because it's gone the distance.
First 6 of the day. What a beautiful hit as well. Well, this is why he won strike, Vern. Low on the bat, but goes a long way. Watched him play in Leicestershire the last couple of seasons. Moulder, really good all-rounder. Knocking around this South African side for a good 5 or 6 years. Always highly regarded, had a couple of injury issues. I'm going back probably 4 or 5 years at this stage. But there's always been the hype around him as a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, there's certainly been a lot of investment in trusting him to bat high up, especially at the Lions. His domestic team back home. Batting at 5-6 from time to time, so allowing him that time that you're talking and referring to announce himself and perhaps use the opportunity to score those big runs to get into those all-rounders category is the maximum. Just look how beautifully and still he is at point of impact. Hit it under his eyes. That was key.
Yeah, lovely shot. Rashid Khan actually today hasn't quite hit his straps. Not often you say that. 1 for 29 for Rashid Khan from his 8 over, so not bad figures. Andre Berger just solid in defence, almost test match style. 28 done, 85 for 8.
Yeah, you look at those green dots in that first 10 overs in the power play. 7 of them. Always going to be on the back foot, losing 7 wickets in the power play. Let's just get back to Moulder. Make the point that, yeah, he has been investing a lot of time into his batting. Of course, you need people to back you along the way. Man in picture, he has backed a lot of this Afghanistan players. Jonathan Trott, he has done a wonderful job. Just 50 over format, but also the T20 format. Semi-finalist. It's so often when you have someone with a good cricketing brain, cricketing mind, to take a team forward. He's brought a lot of players along with him. At the moment, talk about the 4 spinners playing there, but there's also another 3 or 4 that you can easily add to that list.
And Moulder's highest score in his brief ODI career, 32 red. He'll be eyeing up a half century, that is for sure. Plenty of time. Just needs Berger to stay with him a little bit. You mentioned Jonathan Trott. I wonder how closely, Vernon, he was courted by the ECB for the white ball coach role that obviously Brendan McCullum now has taken over. But I wonder how sought after he was by the powers that be in the English Cricket Board, just in the back of his wonderful 2 years with Afghanistan and his fine history with England as a player.
Yeah, I certainly feel that he has put his name up. Perhaps not applied for it, but you must feel that he was very close to, if not, be considered for their job. Far left-hand side, Andrew Patik, a very good mate of Jonathan Trott. Both of them attended Rondebosch Boys High. A very good close mates.
Yeah, and the man at the back right hand of that screen, Hamid Hassan, the father of Afghanistan bowlers, really, when you think of Afghanistan coming from Division 5 all those years ago with Mohammed Nabi at the helm and Dawat Zadran, Karim Sadiq. Hamid Hassan was a wonderful fast bowler who wasn't shy of a bumper just like that. He's the bowling coach for the Afghanistan national side now. Great to see some past players from Afghanistan getting opportunity on the coaching level.
Yeah, I suppose that is what it's about. You want to bring your expertise in from a foreign point of view, but you also want your locals who have been there, grown these kids, to be a part of when they start doing well and when they start getting the higher honours in their careers.
Well, the biggest plus point for me, Vern, with Afghanistan cricket is the emergence of pace bowling and some quality batters. Because we've mentioned spin, they've got great spinners, yes. But now they've got pace and they've got quality batsmanship. We're talking like a Ramanullah Gurbaz up front. Wonderful batter. 50 over T20 cricket at a great World Cup. Ramanullah Gurbaz. So now they've got batting firepower up front and technically sound batters as well. Ibrahim Zadran's not here. Top class player. The likes of Fazal Haq Faruqi with the new ball. You see him today. Exceptional. They've got three facets now. Batting, pace and spin in their armoury.
Yeah, that's what you need to compete, especially away from home. Make mention of the fact that they've got some exceptional spinners. Yes, they've almost adopted the UAE as their home venue. When you tour, that's when you're being challenged as a player. You bring those other facets into play. Seam bowling is a massive one. Missing a particular seaman, Naveen ul Haq as well. I feel has been absolutely brilliant with the wide ball. End of 29, South Africa 86 for 8.
Quick change!
I think we're getting to a stage of the game where South Africa is starting to bet themselves into perhaps a spot of belief. The 120, 130, 140. You just never know. Stay in the fight, stay in the contest. Keep bowling those partnerships.
Yo.
Like to see him take that. Like to see him take that single with the ball turning into Nandre Berger. Sure, he'd be very comfortable, but that's how the spinners have operated against Moulder today. The 3 boundaries wide outside the off stump, so he's more comfortable with the ball outside his island. There's a sweep around the corner. He's going to pick up a boundary easy. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, Ramachat chasing in vain. And I guess that will be Liam Moulder's riposte to ourselves and anyone watching thinking he should be taking singles. Previous over, dunked one down the ground for 6 and turned down a single off the first ball that's over, but picks up that much needed boundary. So at the moment, hard to question Moulder's approach. He's 37 off 68, his highest ODI score. He's the only batter really giving South Africa some slimmer of hope.
It's an excellent ball, but I think he's played this intensely down, opening up the face. He's going to come back for a second. Yeah, excellent running, excellent communication in the awareness from Wiaan Moulder.
Yeah, good from Moulder and Berger, not so good from Mohamed Nabi, who is chasing. Just have a look at the chase here. It's very sluggish. Almost Mohamed Nabi thinking Moulder doesn't want to, not going to come back for 2. Excellent from the South Africans.
Yeah, I think we make mention of the fact that South Africa, of course, being troubled in that power play, but there's a different kind of energy with Wiaan Moulder here. He looks to be positive, he looks to be aggressive. He's not allowing bowlers just to bowl at him. Very often when you adopt and approach your innings in that sort of mindset, you create your own luck along the way. Out of the crease, he's going to take a quick single. Yeah, poor throw. Let's get a sense that there's a bit of frustration bowling here in the Afghanistan setup and squad at the moment. That's because it's another partnership starting to form.
Well, the frustration is because Afghanistan know Moulder wants to sneak a single. It's plainly obvious he was going to try and nick a single with a ball or two to go, and Rahmat Shah was not quite up to the task.
Yeah, you can trust Nandri Berger. I can guarantee you, especially when the ball's turning back into him. At the end of 30, 93 for 8, South Africa. Yeah, positive signs for South Africa. Losing 7 wickets in that first 10 overs. Only lost 1 the next 20. They want to make sure that they continue on that sort of trend. Just up at the moment, 18 of 40. Not how quickly it's going to come. It's about just staying out there. Bet the majority of the overs and you will give and afford yourself an opportunity to be on the right side of his result. But Faruqi back into the attack. He has really been impressive with that new ball in hand. Brought it over the wicket and then changed his angle to around the wicket to tuck up the top order of South Africa. Took 2 massive wickets. Reza Hendricks, and also the captain, Aiden Markram. His job right now is to finish off the job here for Afghanistan. Brilliant shot. Yeah, he's been waiting for that length and he's rocked onto the back foot and crispers down the leg side for a boundary.
Well, this is a good boundary. Really good pickup, picking length quickly. Back and across. Swivel pull, really. Long, long way in front of square. This is a heck of an innings, this. 44 from Moulder. Just thinking, Vern, partnerships. High partnerships in ODI cricket when a player hasn't scored a run. This is Fazal Haq Faruqi's pitch map today. So generally on that 6 to 8 metre mark, which as a pace bowler you like. Wickets on the fuller length twice, both through the gate and bowled, and then banged in shorter. That was Tony de Sorzi. Yeah. Ask Raja, stats guru, to go through the anorak of information that he possesses. Beautiful shot. Pump leg side. 100 and up. This is excellent from Rian Moulder.
Yes, absolutely brilliant from Rian Moulder. It also brings up his higher score at international level. But you can just see how much more comfortable he is when the ball is dug in. 48 not out of 75 deliveries. This is some hand he's playing here with his team firmly behind the 8 ball. Let's just see how quickly he gets onto that. As soon as he hit it, the noise of the bat suggested that it was going to go to the boundary at a rocket speed. Go back to your point then.
Good from Gurbaz. Highest partnerships in an ODI when a batter hasn't scored a run, a la Moulder and Berger. What do you reckon? Who is it and what number?
He's given it away. I don't know the names, but the number is 70.
Sanat Jayasuriya and Kalu Utharana. Kalu got a duck. Sanat pumped it everywhere.
Tell you what, it was fascinating watching those two bat.
Well, they were
they took the one-day cricket to the next level.
Yeah, I think in '96 World Cup they were the inaugural pinch hitters, really. Donald left-handed and Kalu the keeper, right-handed.
Yeah, that's the end of the 31st over. South Africa 102 for 8, and it's also the players will take a cold beverage.
Stunning bowling performance from Afghanistan. South Africa have been reduced to 102 for 8 in 31 overs. A partnership building 27 of 46. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra, with me Sean Pollock, the legendary all-rounder from South Africa. Sean, wickets to fall.
Yeah, it was Faruqi who initially got Afghanistan off to a brilliant start, picking up the first 3. And really dictated terms. He didn't start off that well. His first over was a little bit disappointing, but he soon found his length. And then it was a case of examination by spin. And South Africa were not up to the task. Azamfar was absolutely brilliant. He bowled with good control. He kept picking up the wickets. And you talked about how partnerships develop now. Well, there was nothing to talk of, and this was bizarre. And the Pekla player wasn't aware of where the ball had gone. I thought he had seen it go into the slip hand. And then the legend, Rashid Khan, picked up his first of the evening. So it's been difficult for South Africa. A little bit to talk about with regards to Vion Moulder, who's got himself to 49 and been part of this partnership. But it's been domination and brilliant bowling from the Afghanistan 5 bowlers.
Faruqi was fantastic, taking 3 wickets, setting the tone with the new ball, creating angle. Not much of swing early on for him. And Allah Mohammed taking 3 for 20. Moulder only the bright spot for the South Africans. 49 of 76.
It's been good, hasn't he? I mean, I thought he was going to throw it away, to be brutally honest. When he first came to the crease, he was trying reverse sweeps and trying to play the slog sweeps, and he got away with a few risky shots to start, but he really has settled in, and he's harbouring the strike now with Andre Berger at the crease. You can see Berger 0 off 17. He's not going to be happy with his strike rate going forward, but he's doing the job.
Nicely bowled. Much improved cricketer Karote into his 5th over, none for 13. The pressure was applied by Faruqi and then Gazanfar. Beautifully bowled, slow through the air.
He's very accurate, isn't he? It's the first time I've had a real look at him. And he's been accurate. He's got the odd one to purchase. Initially, it was just sliding on, but ever since that ball's got a little bit older, he started to get a bit of turn out of the pitch. He's putting a little bit more revs on it. Not the tallest customer.
Sharp turn for Karote. He is creating magic here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
Yeah, you do get the feeling he's managing to find some revs on that seam.
Gets it fine. It's going fine. One travel to the boundary. He's back for the second. And that's a half century for Moulder. Great application made in half century for Moulder in ODI cricket. And also all international cricket.
This is a big innings for Vian Moulder. He's had plenty of opportunities. You can see his average just 16.63, but under the circumstances, coming to the crease, his team under immense pressure, and being able to apply himself and still there on 51 is a fantastic effort for him, and hopefully something he can build on going forward with regards to the rest of his career.
He's shown excellent temperament. Wickets falling at the other end, but he's been able to occupy the crease. Punch down the ground. He will keep the strike as well. 32 overs bowled. 105 for 8 South Africa. South Africa 105 for 8. Excellent half century for Moulder. 52 of 82. South Africa coming into this contest 8 out of 10 victories. In totality 10 out of 12. You played your part as well during your playing career, playing for South Africa.
Fortunately, I was part of the 2 that we lost as well. But here's a look at Moulder. As I say, he was looking to be aggressive at the start of his innings and got a couple of deliveries away. And that was probably the best strike of Rashid Khan. That went the entire distance, just the 1-6 for the innings so far. But he really did settle in against the spinners, and when the faster bowlers came back on, it was quite intense and taking them down if anything was pitched in the wrong area. Oh, gets through his defenders this time. Brilliant by Faruqi, round the wicket and just skids on, gets through between bat and pad, clatters into that off stump, and that is the final blow, you would think, with regards to trying to wrap up this innings.
Fantastic from Faruqi. This is 4th wicket haul in ODI for Faruqi. Stunning bowling performance. Once again, bowls are staying low, attacking the off stump, getting the wicket as well. Jubilation time for Afghanistan, but not for South Africa. Moulder goes for 52, 105 for 9 South Africa. Not so inspiring performance with the bat from South Africa after winning the toss and batting first. Lungi Ngidi comes to the crease. Last fair on the ground. Not encouraging when you look at the average from Ngidi.
He's thinking far for now, Faruqi. He's going to be looking for those stumps. He's got 5 on his back and he's looking for his 5th wicket, but I think that would be a bit ambitious to send that one upstairs. I think it's hit high up and maybe even sliding down the leg side.
Hasma thinks that was going over the stumps. Once again creating angle. Batsman was jumping on his toes.
He's been told he's not got a 5 at this stage for Afghanistan, so he'll be desperate to try and pick it up. He's got 3 deliveries in this over, and then it's not in his hands.
Excellent delivery once again from round the wicket. He's bowling at good pace as well, 138. No better time to get the 5-wicket haul as well. 250th ODI here at Sharjah.
I think also there's another example, Moulder's wicket, of South Africa not really been adapting to the surface. You can see it's banged in, and he was kind of looking to free up the offside and stay leg side of it. Kind of presented down the bat a little bit late, coming across it, and that length was perfect. Rookie, not the tallest customers, getting that ball to skid through, hitting the top of off. Where all the fast bowling coaches will tell you need to try and aim more often than not. If you can get a similar delivery to Ngidi, you would think it would be good for him as well. 2 more to go in the over.
Full delivery. No signal from the umpire.
Did he hear something? I must admit, I don't know what it was, but he hasn't convinced anyone to be able to send it upstairs. He's kicking himself if we show a replay, and Ultra Edge has got a little spark in it.
Was that bat hitting the ground?
Bowler's always keen to send it up. There's an opportunity of maybe picking up another wicket. Ultra Edge will be the key, but as you say, it can also sometimes be the bat so close to the ground that kind of makes a little bit of a sound.
Is this going to be a wicket-taking delivery? Well played, very well played by Ngidi. 33 overs have been bowled, 105 for 9, South Africa. The search continues for Afghanistan to claim the final wicket in this innings. Rashid to continue, 1 for 29 in 8 overs. More changes in the field.
Berg has been very watchful, hasn't he? But now that he's lost his partner, Vian Moulder, maybe this will be the opportunity to cut loose. And eventually he gets off the mark.
Taken 18 deliveries to get his first run in this contest. It's been really struggle from the beginning. Winning the toss and batting first, needed better application. A couple of loose shots early on into the innings from the batters.
I think the key is that I just felt that they didn't adjust their techniques to the conditions that were on offer, and they maybe need to adjust the target. You know, often as a team you go out thinking
He's found in front. The finger goes up. Rashid takes his second. They're thinking.
Yeah, he sent it upstairs. He signalled he wants to. It's always a challenge.
TV umpire to director.
The mystery spinners. And
We have a play review for leg before. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Start with front on first. Front on is coming. Okay. There is big gap between ball and bat. If ball tracking is ready. No, go to the. Yes, ball tracking. Pitching outside, impact in line. Wicket is hitting. Stayed with your original decision out. You're on screen signal now.
That's it. South Africa all out for 106 in 33.3 overs. This is for the first time Afghanistan have bowled out South Africa in any white ball match.
Yeah, it's brilliant from them. Ngidi goes without scoring 106 all out. But it's been Afghanistan from the outset, losing the toss, being asked to bowl first. They were absolutely superb, maybe after the first 16 or so deliveries. And then they really did hit their areas and were consistently asking questions of the South African batters who were unable to answer the questions that were being put to them. And they'll be very disappointed. Bowled out in 33.3 overs for 106. Afghanistan have been superb. South Africa, I've got to say, have been pretty average.
They will be happy, the Afghan supporters coming in good number today to support their team after inspirational performances in the ODI World Cup, in the T20 World Cup, coming into this contest with the purpose of beating South Africa for the first time in the history of the game. Procession of wickets at the top, 9, 11, 2, not 10. An excellent half century from Moulder. No other significant innings to talk about. 106 all out in 33.3 overs, South Africa.
They're only Moulder who stood tall. There was partnerships of 39 and another one of 30 for the 8th and the 9th wicket. But besides that, not much to talk of from a South African perspective. The bowlers were all very good. Faruqi and Ghazanfar were by far the best of the two, picking up 4 and 3 apiece. Rashid coming in at the back end and cleaning up the tail, as he often does with that mystery spin. But there is that partnership. We're talking 39 of 81, Moulder and Fortuyn. Moulder and Berger put on 30. Besides that, you can see there was many contributions at the top 17 of 19 deliveries. South Africa would have thought, okay, we've got off to a start, but very disappointing, 106, and the Afghanistan bowlers were superb.
Amazing bowling performance from Afghanistan. Faruqi taking 4 for 35, 3 for 20 in 10 overs for Ghazanfar. He was absolutely fantastic. Made drastic improvement to his game in last 6 months. Rashid claiming 2 wickets as well, 2 for 30. Allah Mohammad, absolutely marvellous once again. Stepping up in the absence of Mujibur Rahman and doing a fantastic job for the team. Wickets falling at regular interval. 1 for 17, 2 for 24, 3 for 25, 4 for 29, 5 for 29, 6 for 36, 7 for 36, then a partnership, 8 for 75, 9 for 105, all out for 106.
Yeah, South Africa have to go away thinking, well, we've got 106, you never know. It's a strange game, cricket, but I'll be very surprised if they'll be able to defend it, particularly on this kind of surface, which I'm sure the Afghanistan batters will enjoy and would probably be able to adapt their game and better suited to dealing with what will be put in front of them.
Allah Mohammad, absolutely fantastic once again. Showcasing his skills, what he showcased in the Sharjah Cricket League, the domestic cricket tournament in Afghanistan. Was the leading wicket taker, making sure that he made it count against a strong opposition like South Africa. Let's go down to Farad Fidai with Allah Mohammed for the interview.
الله محمد غزنفره ډیره ښایسته کارکړګي وکړله 3 وکټ دی واخیستلې 10 رنزونه دی ورکړل وکټ څنګه وه او کوم وکټ ته ډیره خوښه شوه
اول سر کې تاسو ته راغلو ټول مینوالو ته ولیدونکو ته سلامونه او نیکې احترامات وړاندې کوم په دې سره خبرې او یقیني خبره ده کلم چې زه سر کې رالم نو یو څه مال خبره سخته وه انټرنیشنل میچ ده نو هغه اوس ما په سکلز باندې باور و سینیر پلیرانو ما سره ډېر هیلپ وکړو کپتان راشد بھائی نبی حاجي نو ټول ګربز بھائی نو زه ډېر زیات وهڅولم کوچ چې ما ته ډېر زیات ډاډګیرن راکوله نو زه مرالم هغه خپل سکلز باندې باور و د هغو نه مې ښه استفاده وکړه
نوی بال سره مجیب زدران د افغانستان لپاره بال کوي او تاسو اوس دغه جای ډک کړی د مجیب زدران د لپاره چې هغه انجري لري 10 اوره مو شا پر شا وکړل څنګه و
والا که تاسو وګورئ کنډیشن ډېر ګرم ده او ډېر زیات خوړل انسان نه ځي خو بیا هم ما نوی بال سره ډېر زیات بالینګ کړی ده لکه زه بلد یم او ما ویلې چې لکه نن د اپرچونټي ده او موقع ده انشاءالله ښه استفاده به کړي هغه اوس چې رالم سر په سر مې 10 اوره وکړو او خپل سپیل مې ښه ترسره کړو
ډیره مننه ډیره خوندوره پرفارمنس مې وکړی
مننه تاسو نه او درنو لیدونکو نه خصوصا په افغانستان کې څوک ناست دي میچونه ګوري بس موږ ته دعاګانې کوو انشاءالله موږ هم داسې پرفارمنس کوو
ډیره مننه That was Allah Mohammed Ghazanfar who enjoyed his bowling out there with Rashid Khan and Mohammad Nabi out there to lead him into his international career in the making and he was very happy with the 3 wickets that he got in the outing he had. Over to the commentary.
Amazing performance from Allah Mohammed.
Check, check. Mic test, check, check.
talk about how good Afghanistan was with the ball. That was a boundary initially. A couple of over-pitch deliveries, but then they rectified. Then they got into their work straight away by adjusting their lengths, just dragging it back. Like Neil O'Brien to take you through the rest of these Afghanistan wickets.
Yeah, we spoke before the game. LBW and Bold, and that will be a trait you'll see in the next 2 or 3 wickets. This was Tony DeZorzi, just totally miscues one. Simple catch for the captain. Fazal Haq Faruqi on fire. The youngster, Gazanfar. Trickery, mystery, tall. Cleaning up batters left, right and centre. Do I go forward? Do I go back? South Africa, no idea. Kyle Verreynne, well, he sent it upstairs. It was a waste review. He's plumb in front. Andile Peklikwena, where are you going? Stay in your crease. Gone. Schoolboy stuff. Excellent awareness from Afghanistan. Good to see Rashid Khan back fully fit and racing the field once again. There was a little bit of respite between Moulder and Jon Fortuyn with a partnership of 39. Beauty. Rashid through the gate. One out the back of the hand. And Moulder, who played superbly well, showed some great power and awareness. Spoken about this player for a long time back in South Africa. He has everything you need to be an international all-rounder. He showcased that skill for large parts today.
Yeah, brilliant standout performance with bat for South Africa. But then he got knocked over by the man who really started the trouble for South Africa. And you were crying out, where has Rashid Khan been today? He finished. It's a tough surface. South Africa will have the belief that if they can pick up early wickets, that there is still an outside chance of getting across the line here this evening. But this man, ladies and gentlemen, Ramanullah Gulbaz, he is explosive, he's dangerous. Age of 22, average of a touch under 38, but look at its strike rate. He's in the 90s, 550s to goes with his 600s.
And Riaz Hassan, who's coming off a fine domestic List A tournament where he amassed 177 runs with 1 century. Just a youngster. Couple of youngsters out there with the opportunity, after witnessing how the pitch played in the first innings, to, well, put bat to ball, try and get Afghanistan in a strong position in this first of 3 ODIs in the Etisalat Cup, powered by Super Cola.
Yeah, and South Africa will be reliant on Lungasani Ngidi in the absence of Kagiso Rabada with this new ball in hand. It is important that South Africa strike early on, but it's also important not to leak runs. Yeah, it's all to play for, and I think the power play will give us a fair indication of who will come out top here this evening. Yeah, a couple of seconds to go. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Do I count more? And we are ready to go. To start proceedings, Lungasani Ngidi. He goes to Gulbaz.
Gurbaz Vern will be generally ultra aggressive in all formats of the game. His conversion rate, we saw in his stats there, he's passed 50 11 times in ODI cricket. He's got 500s. Exceptional conversion. I was there in Abu Dhabi when he got 100 on debut against Ireland. He hit his first ball of the innings for 6 over deep square leg, and everyone just went, wow, who is this lad?
Yeah, I really enjoy the body language. That's the one thing you are talking about here, is the body language. He's always looking to impose himself on bowlers. There's nothing worse than a bowler trying to just find his way into a spell. When you bowl against a player with the mindset of Gubaz, which he's not going to let you settle, I can guarantee you that. Might take 1 or 2 sighters, and then I can guarantee you will get into his work. There's a bowler, there's a window of opportunity. But the intensity which he started out needs to be right at the very top. That's what I'm talking about. He's gone downtown. Yeah, he's gone. Thick outside edge gone. Flown down to third man. And Lungisani Ngidi gets his man.
Well, we mentioned it. He's ultra aggressive, Gurbaz. He watched the first 2 and then said, enough. I've seen enough of Ngidi. I feel like I can get the measure of him. That's a sign of the times when a thick outside edge goes down to Jason Smith at deep third. Good catch. First over, you could easily be excused for not being totally switched on. And Ngidi, who's going to lead this attack in the absence of some senior players, gives South Africa an early breakthrough. Gurbaz goes for a globe, not for one.
Yeah, South Africa, their only currency is by picking up wickets. Rahmat Shah in at number 3 for Afghanistan. This one just angling down the leg side. That is what you want to try and prevent from Lungi Ngidi. You don't want to offer up easy runs.
Rahmat Shah is at the non-striker's end. There's Riaz Hassan, who's the new man. Fine player. I often call him the Rolls-Royce of Afghanistan cricket. He's so smooth, effortless, just purrs along the highway. Very fine batter. Technically really sound.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Lungi Ngidi. He knows his intensity needs to be up there. He needs to bring the stumps into play. There's the old saying, respect that new boil. Lungi Ngidi into his first over. You can see the advance down the wicket. Just a bit of hint of movement away from him. Thick outside edge, but that's flown a long way down to Jason Smith. It's an excellent catch at third man. Yeah, that is a massive wicket in the context of this game. A little nudge down to third man. After 1, Afghanistan 2 for 1. Yeah, that's a beautiful sight, that. Nandri Berger. Open the bowling here with Lungi Ngidi. He can swing it at high pace. Just get the feeling that he needs to get it right at some stage. Had a difficult tour of the West Indies recently with the white ball series, but he has plenty of pace. An excellent shot with the back foot. I think he's going to pick up a couple.
Yeah, Andre Berger, Vern, you think of 145 and getting up to that 150 kilometers mark, but actually on this surface, be interesting to see how long he stays over the wicket. We started proceedings and Fazal Haq Faruqi bowled one over, left arm over to try and swing it, didn't swing and went straight away around the wicket and got rewards.
Yeah, in many ways different kind of bowlers. I think Nandri Berger, he gets over the top where Faruqi sometimes come a little bit side armish. Oh, that's brilliant. And that's the pace factor. You can just see that bounce and just leaving the right-hander.
Yeah, flies through to Kyle Verreynne as well, behind the pegs. Have a look at the carry. That's probably one area you would say if you're watching Afghanistan cricket a lot, and I've watched them plenty over the years. The focus. Young man up against real pace. Watch the ball react.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Nandri Berger. You can see he's just starting to get that ref counter up there. First ball perhaps just trying to find his way into the spell, but there's nothing better than just watching a left arm seamer being as fluent as this.
It's good follow-up because the ball previously was carried through nicely and had Hassan a little bit uncomfortable. Second ball fuller, so preying on the technique of the young right-hander. Tends to stand tall.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Nandri Berger. We have seen in the West Indies as well, he's almost reverted back to or away from what he's accustomed to do, swinging the ball back at the right-hander. You can see he's intensely trying to run this across the right-hander. It's an excellent line, starting on and around off stump. I have to say, well played as well. He didn't go searching for it, he just kept his line. Very often, it's a trait of top order, a top-hand batsman. Yeah, this time round he's nipping it back. There's a massive element of doubt now in the batter's mind. Which way is it going? Perhaps Nandri Berger just have to get it a tats fuller.
Yeah, good hustle. Not express, 137, so he can bowl quicker, but you would say about Riaz Hassan when you follow him on domestic circuit, strike rate is never up near that Gurbaz 90 to 100. He's watchful, he's patient, so he's accepting of the pressure that Berger's applying on him.
Yeah, this is a real excellent by Nandri Berger. Got a couple to leave, and you can see that last ball is right up there in the speed category. Afghanistan 4 for 1 after 2. Yeah, the target 107. South Africa won't even be looking at that. They know they need to pick up 9 wickets. Should I say 9 more wickets? This is excellent from South Africa. And very often you talk about batters at this level being classy, but you also need to put the test that they have been up against in terms of quality of bowlers. And right this evening they might see bowlers just of a higher caliber testing their techniques, and it would be a good test to get through.
Yeah, just nipping. Just gone 7:15 local time, just nipping around a little bit.
This is how Lungi Ngidi has gone to Remanala Gurbaz. First one full and then just drag his length back. He got out to the fuller delivery. You can see his eyes just lit up when he saw it was in his half. Threw the kitchen sink at it. But hey, that's the way he plays.
You'd have to say it's a little bit reckless. You'd have to say it's slightly reckless as a batter. Third ball of the innings.
And especially when you're chasing such a low total as well. You know if you get yourself in, there's absolutely no chance they're going to contain you. He's an explosive batter. So just allow and afford yourself. It is a tricky surface. You would have seen that by his bowlers operating on that surface a little earlier this afternoon.
Well, he gave the game away, Gurbaz, to Lungi Ngidi because he came down the pitch so early. When he came down the pitch, Lungi Ngidi hadn't even delivered the ball, so Lungi knew exactly what Gurbaz was trying to do, so just adjusted ever so slightly. Sometimes a batter, you want to move late. Now have a look here. Gurbaz has gone. Lungi sees it. So Lungi Ngidi sees it. We're talking small margin, but you, as a fast bowler, that's what you were all about. Outfoxing the batter.
Yeah, very often you'd have probably dragged the length back a bit. Lungi Ngidi is actually gone a touch fuller, perhaps a touch wider. And that is what has led to the demise of Rimanolo. I know what you were looking for.
Gurbaz outfoxed himself. Well, we saw a full moon. It's not quite a wolf, but it's a fox. You know it's getting to that time of the evening when it's silly o'clock when you're on commentary with me.
Love it. Give it to me. There we go. Look at that. What a sight. In this part of the world, it gets even clearer. Tell you what, it's beautiful down in Cape Town, but even better when you're up here. Yeah, this is excellent stuff from Lungi Ngidi. After 3, Afghanistan 4 for 1.
This series is a Firebird production. The Afghanistan Cricket Board doing a fine job. Everyone from Firebird behind the scenes and all the cameramen doing a wonderful job. 3 ODIs here at Sharjah. Looking forward to these 3 ODIs. First time that both sides have had a bilateral series. You'd have to say, Vern, if you look at the lineups and the squads, there's not a great deal between the two sides. Differing sides, different skill sets, but they should be evenly contested.
Yeah, and I think you take conditions into play as well. Of course, Afghanistan, they'll feel at home. But like you say, you almost feel that they would feel that they can dominate given conditions with their spin bowlers. South Africa would be feeling that this is a good chance for them to rectify little problems that's been creeping up in their game. We've seen in the World Cup, throughout the World Cup, that middle order collapses. Perhaps an opportunity to address with the younger guys in mind as well. So your Jason Smiths, Vian Moulders, start taking accountability, drive the team over the line. And today it wasn't that day for them.
Can Berger go around the wicket now? 9 balls and batter Ramat Shah happy to leave. Happy to leave as soon as the ball is released from Nondre Berger. It's not shaping back. Is he thinking, get me around the wicket, a la Fazal Haq Faruqi?
Yeah, I'd like to believe that his captain will also tap on his shoulder and say, listen, you have to bring those stumps into play. I think we've seen it as much as it is a tactical move. You want to make sure that you want to give yourself the best opportunity of succeeding. I don't think we've seen a lot of nick-offs. Get those slips out of play, bring a catching cover, catching mid-wicket, come around the wicket, ask the batsman to play square. But you want to bring those stumps into play. It's a conversation that needs to take place between captain and bowler.
Well, at 3 o'clock local time, you said in the pitch report, LBW and bowled. In the first innings, bar the run out of Picliqueo, so 9 dismissals, 7 LBW and bowled. So at the moment, Berger, as well as he's bowling, he's actually not doing what the plan should be, going for stumps.
Yeah, I think we have been found guilty in the past of sticking to what's worked for us in South Africa. When you come to subcontinent-like conditions, you need to make that adaptation. What is the surface crying out for you to do is to bring those stumps, like you say, come around, change the angle. Ask the batsman to play around so you can bring those modes of LBW and bowled into play. I think he's going to have to re-bowl that.
Good take. Kyle Verreynne, who's been playing a little bit of cricket for Nottinghamshire in the UK. One of your former sides. I know you had a lot of them, but that's one of your former counties.
Steady on with a lot of them. Yeah, but I used to love bowling at Trent Bridge. And as clouds moved in.
I tell you what, it's flat now. County Championship, it's flat there. Doesn't nip around like it used to.
Yeah, it's for blokes like you that's kept on moaning about the ball moving around corners. At the end of 4, Afghanistan 7 for 1. Yeah, what you're trying to extract out of me is how you're going to be effective on the surface. Ngasani Ngidi to continue. They need wickets. And that's excellent. As much as you need wickets, you also need to stay patient. You don't want to get too greedy. Sometimes you can get greedy and you can get scored off.
Keeping an eye on the wicketkeeper and slip cordon.
Which one of them?
Just have a look. Kyle Verreynne keeping it. Look how wide first slip is. Lungi Ngidi's getting a little bit of shape away, but it's a decent gap there. See one go through keeper and slip.
Yeah, I just get a sense that Lungi Ngidi is not comfortable at the top of his run-up yet. It's ambling back to the top of his mark. Yeah, again, just a bit of shape for Lungi Ngidi. In his first 2 overs, he was operating 135, 137 k's an hour. He's down to 132. So there certainly is a bit more swing here in the evening. I'd like to see if there's a bit of dew, the dew factor out there. I have seen South African fielders are carrying a couple of towels. You can see the back of Lungi Ngidi. Small little towel which suggests that there might be a bit of dew.
Nicely played. Ramad Shah was presented the straightest of blades. It's sticky. Say that. Fell for you this afternoon. Pitch report, then the toss. You're up and down the stairs like a yo-yo.
I needed one of them. But I tell you what, it's actually quite pleasant. I don't mind the heat coming from Cape Town at the moment where it's hovering around 15 degrees, bit of rain. I think the sunshine any given day, trust me.
18 degrees with a lovely bit of cloud. And a nice cup of tea. Oh, gorgeous.
Yeah, just under style and composure of Ramat. Talk about him being composed. Every now and again, this is what this situation is crying out for a particular batter to do. Doesn't have to go balls to the walls. Get yourself in. Get some sort of partnership. Yeah, he's been challenged. See that one again, just leaving the right-hander, but wonderful. He just waited for it. Yeah, this is brilliant from Lungi Ngidi. Just look at the amount of sweat. He's called the tank for a reason. He drips, I tell you what. And it's humid, it's hot out there. That would be welcome for the players. Just a slight breeze. Yeah, brilliant. Away shape again from Lungangiri. 8 for 1 after 5 for Afghanistan.
Patience from Afghanistan with the bat. Good discipline from South Africa. In the commentary box, I'm Devendra, with me Sean Pollock.
Yeah, it has. It's been good from South Africa. You know, when you get bowled out for 106, there's often the captain or the coach will come around and say, well, you never know, we've got the runs on the board, it's a strange game, but I want to see energy, I want to see belief, I want to see good body language out there. And I think the South Africans have started really well. 5.1 overs, just 8 on the board. Picked up 1 wicket already, and there's been quite a few deliveries which have been good areas that have found the edge and gone down to third man. That one's airborne, and Dila Pehlakwai will cut it off. But you couldn't have asked more from them. But the key is that Afghanistan don't have to take any risks. They've got all the time in the world. They can really get themselves in and see off this new ball from both sides, and then look to be a little bit more aggressive as the innings goes on. So South Africa will be desperate for more wickets. I think they've created a few planned misses. They've been past the outside edge on a couple of times, and we'll just have to see what unfolds. But as far as the start goes from the top 2, it's been impressive.
Beautifully bowled. Magnificent delivery from Berger.
Yeah, it's hot out there. Obviously it's under lights now, and it's still pretty warm, and you can see from that reaction of Berger. But once again, it's a really good top area. A little bit of shape nipping back, going over the top of the stumps. A little bit more bounce. He's obviously taller in stature than what Faruqi is, and Faruqi had quite a few balls that skidded on and hit the top of the stumps. But he'll be feeling a little bit of aggrieved that nothing's kind of gone his way. But as long as you're in that area, you've got a chance.
Too far outside the off stump. More swing for the South African bowlers in comparison to what Afghanistan pace bowlers experienced.
I think it's ideal conditions. Sometimes I know growing up, I used to go and spend a bit of time in the indoor school.
Bowling coach Hamid Hassan, the legendary figure in Afghanistan cricket, was instrumental in promotion of the team from Division 5 to international cricket, getting the test status as well.
Yeah, so what I was touching on about the indoor school is it almost creates like a bit of a vacuum where it's warm, there's no breeze, and that's often where you get the ball to swing around the most. You know, it can be pre-season and the ball comes out nicely in shapes, and you get the same feeling about tonight. The breeze has calmed itself down, the flags have subsided, and it's really warm out there, but that's what's helping the ball just shape nicely for the South Africans.
Still operating with 2 slips in position. Third on the boundary. Fine leg is also on the boundary as well. The search continues for the wicket. Nicely played once again. Got a lot of experience playing first class cricket and listed cricket as well. Riaz Hassan. He's got the technique to deal with pacey deliveries, swinging deliveries. South African seamers today, making it count more often than not.
Yeah, Rakesh has given me a bit of stats here. The lowest total South Africa has defended in ODI cricket is 129 versus England at East London in 1996. I would have played in that game. I don't remember it being such a low total. And the lowest that Afghanistan's failed to get is also 129 against Zimbabwe in Harare. So if South Africa defended this or Afghanistan didn't get it, it would be a record on both occasions. 10 for 1.
Afghanistan 10 for loss of 1 wicket, wicket of Gurbaz. Beautifully captured by the cameraman. The moon. We need Tony Khozier or Sean Pollock can sing on the picture. It's a moderate target, but Afghanistan is an improved side. What we saw in the ICC ODI World Cup, beating 3 defending champions, England, Pakistan, Sri Lanka. They have come a long way.
Been huge. It's been wonderful to watch, actually. And they win tonight. There's just 3 teams in the ODI format that they haven't beat from a test playing nations. It'd be England, India and Australia. Not too sure what's going on. I think it's got to do with Lungi and Giti. Maybe it's just got to do with wondering if it's got to do with the field setting. Not too sure what it is, but something's concerning Aidan Markram. But the play will continue.
Nicely timed. Should be back for 2. Patience from Rehman Shah and Riaz Hassan. And they can afford to take time as well. Getting the ball to move back into the batter. Playing with the tide. It's a historic occasion, 250th ODI at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium. Drifting down the leg side. Appeal from the bowler. Discussion continues.
Yeah, you're hearing from behind the stumps. There's a noise. I also heard the noise as it went past. I think they're begging. They really could do with a second wicket here, and I think it could be desperation stakes that they decide to send it upstairs.
TV umpire director, we have a play review for caught behind. Original decision is not out. I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Start with front on first. The ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by Altroich? Okay. Altroich is coming, and it's ready. Altroich is building. Copy. It's coming. Carol forward. There is forward, forward, forward. There is gap between ball and bat. Bat is not in wall. Was from the pad. Original decision is not out. Stay with your original decision. Is that? You're on screen signal now.
Good call from Izzatullah Safi, on-field umpire from Afghanistan. And lots of memories coming to Sharjah and playing here for South Africa.
Yeah, there was. I don't think there were floodlights in those days. I'm not too sure. I think we played all our games in the daytime, and it was particularly hot. And yeah, as I say, fond memories. I was a young man, first time, 96. I just started playing international cricket, and it was a game every second day when you came to this tournament here in Sharjah.
This feeling for the ball. He's bowling a channel.
That's been really good from Ngidi. He's got the ball to move both ways. He's shaped it nicely through the air, and then we've seen the odd one nip back, and then this one beats the outside edge again. So really has been good. That's the one that slid down. There was just a clip of the pad. That's the interesting one. It makes a little squiggle. I mean, you can see a massive gap between bat and ball, but there's just a little squiggle, and you sometimes wonder if the noise that comes at the appropriate time or squiggle can have an effect on a decision.
Plays it officially. We got short mid-wicket in position.
That change. So often what Lungi does is initially in the first 2 or 3 overs, he'll try and shape the ball away and get the ball to beat the outside edge of the right-handers. Then as the game goes on, if he feels that there's probably not enough shape or the ball stopped kind of swinging, he'll change his field, which he's done. He's put that short mid-wicket in place. And now all of a sudden he'll try and target the stumps. You know, he change his wrist position, change how the ball's situated in his hand, and really try and get the ball to nip back.
Operating around 130. Slip and shot third man. Straight driven. A gorgeous stroke. We'll have to settle for a single. Could have been fatal for Afghanistan.
It was a wonderful shot. I like the change up. He moves in his feet, trying to upset the length of Lungi Ngidi. He gets to the pitch and then just guides it straight back past him. Lungi gets a hand on it, which parries it in a small way, and it nearly ended up with a bit of a dodgy result there for Afghanistan. The running between the wicket wasn't the best, the communication, and actually the throw from Markham ended up just slowing up as it pitched. I don't think there should be any issues here whatsoever.
Pull forward. Okay, it's grounded. Freeze it. Batsman is grounded. My decision for big screen.
Not out, and rightly so. Slip and short mid-wicket. Looking to play a forcing stroke. End of the overs. 7 overs gone. 13 for 1 Afghanistan.
Bjorn Fontaine is going to be introduced for South Africa, the first bit of spin for the South Africans, and he's very adept at bowling in the power play. He does it a lot domestically and done it quite a bit for South Africa, even in the T20 format, so he won't be overawed by only being allowed to have the 2 fielders back. She's decided to go square of the wicket on the leg side and long off in place. It's just whether he can have the effect and be as effective as the Afghanistan spinners were. If he can, then South Africa will be very happy. Normally it would be Keshav Maharaj that turn to brace Shamsi. None of them on this trip, so it's going to have to be Bjorn Fontaine.
Rahmat Shah is an excellent player against the spin bowling. He uses crease really well when it comes to coming down the pitch as well. Footwork has always been very impressive from Rahmat Shah. Will be interesting contest.
Yeah, we saw a few deliveries from Karoti that turned prodigiously, and he looked like he was just sliding them on for a period of time. Then all of a sudden he got things right, and we saw at least 4 or 5 of them that really purchased nicely. So Fontaine will be hoping to find some of that in this pitch.
Once again looking to attack the pitch. All the bowlers from Afghanistan bowling at different pace and still succeeding.
Pace of Fontaine's first 4 deliveries, 94, 94, 94, 95. So he's firing them in there at this stage, maybe just trying to get himself into a spell.
Slow through the air this time around.
One's much better, 92, but you could just feel it the way it came out. It had just a touch of a loop to it, and all of a sudden there's just something. The length was good as well.
It's gripping, it's turning here at Sharjah. Yeah! Looks for the sweep. Takes his time, finger is up. There will be discussion.
He's one of those guys who bowls wicket to wicket, and it always makes it difficult to sweep. But they've decided to send it upstairs, and we'll get a review underway.
TV umpire director, you have a play review for leg before. Original decision is out. I have checked the feet. It's fair delivery. Can we start front on first? Ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm by outright? Copy that. Swage is building. Copy. Pull forward, forward. There is gap between bat and ball. Satisfy, bat is not involved. Ball tracking when you are ready. Pitch in line, impact in line. Wicket is hitting. Stay with your original decision out. You on screen, signal now.
So for 10 gets his first wicket. Rahman Shah, Mr. Dependable, goes for 8. 15 for 2, Afghanistan. Afghanistan 15 for 2, captain of the side. Shahidi comes to the crease. The first double centurion in Test match cricket for Afghanistan. Loads of experience. 97 is best in ODI format. Averaging 34.
Yeah, here's the wicket and just sliding on. I honestly first thought it hit the front pad, but as soon as we saw it hit the back pad, it was a fantastic decision. There was no doubt that it was going to clash into that leg stump. And South Africa have done well. 15 for 2 they've got Afghanistan. They haven't gone for a boundary as yet in the first 8 overs. And it's a change of bowling. Lungi Ngidi, who was very impressive with his first 4 overs, is replaced by Nandre Berger, who was pretty good for his 3 overs that he bowled from the opposite end. So a change of ends for Berger, and he'll be hoping for a change of result. Went past the outside and inside edge. Can he find a wicket?
Slip in short mid wicket. Oh, he's feeling for it. Excellent start to the over from Berger.
Yeah, this is a lesson I learned from Malcolm Marshall when I was pretty young playing for Natal, and I had a particular spell where I was beating the outside edge and I was getting a bit down on myself and feeling a bit sorry for myself. And he said to me, "What are you on about?" He said, "Just relax. You're beating the outside edge, you're getting the ball in the right area. Eventually, it might not even be today, but if you keep doing that, you will reap the success." And that's what Nandre Berger might be feeling at the moment. Desperate to try and get an edge, try and pick up a wicket, but the key for him is he's creating opportunities. So he is beating the edge, he's beating the inside and outside edge, and this one wasn't beating the stumps, which was the important factor for South Africa.
Well, Rahman Shah has developed some kind of pattern getting out LBW. 3 out of 5 dismissals. His last 3 dismissals out of 5 have been LBWs. Short ball and pulled away magnificently for 4. First boundary for Afghanistan from the blade of Riyaz Hassan.
Yeah, this is nicely played by Hassan. Got into position early and was in full control. It was airborne for a period of time, but no danger whatsoever. Not a bad option for Nandre Berger, just trying to change up the length, trying to use his aggression and his pace to good effect. But after banging it in, just not short enough, didn't quite get high enough where it would be out of the control. And Hassan dealt with it beautifully.
Riyaz Hassan likes to take time to get himself into the groove. Once he's set, he's a consistent batter. Has a half century already in ODI format. So now third on the boundary, then at the fine leg, slightly squarish on the boundary on the onside. Short lifting delivery.
Yeah, it's nice. Nice from Berg. I like this aggression. As a batter, when you've dealt with one of those short pitch deliveries, you often think, well, will he try it again? And do I go after it again? And this one was a better length. Got it up high above the head and difficult to control from that position.
Azmatullah is waiting. Another fine batter, Azmatullah, getting 90 odd in that World Cup match against South Africa at Ahmedabad. Chasing a moderate target of 107 on a day where Sharjah Cricket Stadium is witnessing history. 250th ODI, most at any venue across the globe. Another short lifting delivery to mark the end of the 9th over. 19 for 2 Afghanistan. Slow start, slow and sedate start for Afghanistan, losing 2 wickets as well. 2 key batters, Gurbaz and Rahmat Shah, back in the pavilion.
Fontaine did a good job in the last over against Ramat. He initially got the ball to just angle back at the right-hander. And have a look how many balls beat the inside edge and clatter into the pads. And Ramat was trying to stay leg side of it and trying to think, well, I can score through the offside. But he was unable to do so. And then he went for a change of game plan. He decided, I'm going to get a cross and look to sweep. And the length was too full, missed it, and judged out. So that was good bowling by Fontaine. He worked him over and then came up with the killer blow.
He lets one go, gets a bye. Afghanistan, they've been dominating in world cricket of late, in T20 version of the game, in one-day format as well. There will be celebrations if they go on to beat South Africa today across Afghanistan. Cricket has been uniting people together in Afghanistan over the years, last 40 years. Afghanistan seen a lot of turbulence, but now stability. Stability in the country, and that is quite reflected on the performances from the players as well. Time consumption. That will turn way outside the off stump. Also the possibility of dew coming in. Afghanistan can afford to play the waiting game.
Yeah, that's the luxury they have afforded themselves by bowling so well, is they don't have to try and force the issue at any stage. They can just be selective about what they decide to go over.
Also Sean. Takes out the sweep through the onside for a single. That marks the end of the over on 22 yards in the chase. Afghanistan 22 for 2.
Match really interestingly poised at the moment. Afghanistan clearly the favourites. The end of the first power play. Well, if Hashmatullah Shahidi had dragged that one onto his stumps, he wouldn't have been the first one to have done that today. We saw the first 2 wickets in the South Africa innings fall in exactly that fashion. Lack of pace in the surface, lack of bounce as well. Ahmed Fadai alongside me. Good evening, Ahmed.
Yeah, good evening, Brian. It's not been an easy wicket. You can tell why South Africa was not able to put a big score there, because the ball was keeping low. Some double pace, as you said, didn't come onto the bat nicely. Hashmatullah Shahidi almost chopping it back onto his number. What a delivery this has been. Berger's bowled brilliantly. He's hasn't taken a wicket, doesn't do justice to how beautifully he's bowled. Early on in his first over, I think he was bowling touch shorter, I guess, a little fuller, and he might have created the opportunity. This is a good ball. For the score that Afghanistan has scored inside the power play, it took him 50 deliveries to hit the first boundary. Have they made it a little difficult for themselves? Yeah, they got good test match practice early on, but maybe a bit of an intent early on could have been the difference.
Second slip now going into position. I think Berger will prefer bowling to the left-hander. The one thing he struggled with in his first spell, particularly to the right-handers, was his line, in the sense that he didn't attack the stumps as much as perhaps would have been appropriate on this surface, and what we saw from the Afghanistan seam bowlers. You know, Vernon Philander and Niall O'Brien were saying before play today that it should be stump to stump. There's Temba Bavuma coming back from the nets. Is he going to be fit for Friday? By bowling to the left-hander here, he's got the opportunity to attack the stumps to a far greater degree, Berger here.
They certainly want a wicket for South Africa as well. If they take 1 wicket more here, they could certainly make a good game out of that. Fortunately, with the bat, they were not able to score too many runs, but one way to win a match is to get all the wickets. They have to get all the wickets, not let Afghanistan secure their first win, which Afghanistan will be very, very happy with. In this boundary coming after 13 delivery, so certainly give some momentum to Afghanistan.
He's a very good player, square of the wicket, Hashmatullah Shahidi. He illustrates that perfectly. There's no real pace in this surface. It was banged in, but he had all the time in the world. Hit it well in front of square. Completely in control of that shot.
You know, the skipper, Aiden Markram, stand-in skipper today. You earlier indicated for Temba Bavuma hopefully to get well and come back onto the field in the second ODI. Talking to the bowler, he doesn't want to give away any run because you know every run is important. End of the over, 27 for 2 Afghanistan.
Comparative scoring rates. If you're an Afghanistan fan, don't worry about the fact that The green line is below that of South Africa's blue. Plenty of time to get runs, just 80 required in 39 overs. Again, an illustration of the odd ball just keeping a little low there. Abdullah Shahidi jabbing down on it at the last moment.
Yeah, absolutely. For Afghanistan, it's only a matter of staying down in the middle, and the runs will come eventually. For South Africa, however, as earlier said, they got to take wickets. He's been bowling brilliantly. He's taken 1 wicket. Rowan, 14. Riaz Hassan, I just want to bring you to him. He made his debut in 2022 against Netherlands, and you were there. In his first match, he scored a 50 and then got out. He's got ideal conditions that suit his style of batting. He wants to take his time out in the middle, knowing the fact that Afghanistan is only chasing 107. He's spent time out in the middle.
Yes, I remember that series, 3-0 victory for Afghanistan. In Qatar, those matches were played. It was a little bit closer than perhaps that 3-0 scoreline would suggest. Afghanistan, if memory serves me correct, batted first in each of those 3 matches, got runs on the board, and then their spinners, Rashid Khan, Mujib, ran through a Dutch batting lineup that was a little bit light. Little edge on that one, but it went down into the ground. Here's Fortain's pitch map. Pretty disciplined with what he's doing so far. And you can see the wicket that he took, fullest ball that he's bowled.
And Paulie told us how he set up Rahmat Shah with that one fuller that he bowled. That is a rare loose delivery. Head down by the fielder at the deep. Will stay only 2 to end the over. 4 runs from it. Afghanistan are going along nicely now, 31 for 2.
Ahmed and I were just reminiscing there about the Afghanistan series against the Netherlands in Qatar a couple of years ago. Goodness me, that was bitterly cold. It was played at the start of the year. Vian Moulder, new bowler, operating from the pavilion end, replacing Nandre Berger. Dropped. Brilliant effort, and that was Dezorzi at mid-wicket. Threw himself goalkeeper-like. Pushed it round the post, but couldn't hang on.
Well, you can hear the frustration from the wicket-keeper. He didn't like it. Full effort, yeah, like a goalkeeper, you said. Sometimes they stuck into your hands. Talking about Qatar, I think it was late January, and it was very breezy. And it was the first match that Hashmatullah Shahidi was captaining. And then that was the road to the qualification to the ODI World Cup. Making Afghanistan into the World Cup and then beating the world champions, 3 world champions. What a World Cup that was for Afghanistan.
Yes, of course, those one-day internationals in Qatar a couple of years ago were all part of the World Cup Super League, with the top 12 teams plus the leading associate taking part in those. And well, I for one very disappointed that the World Cup Super League disappeared, because it gave such an incentive to associate teams. either qualify for that World Cup Super League, or if they were in it, it gave them regular cricket over the course of a 2-year period against top teams. Real shame that that's gone by the by. Gulbuddin Naib with his pads on. He'll be hoping he's not needed this evening. What a story he's got, of course. Played in World Cricket League Division 5 against the likes of Jersey and Germany way back in 2008, and here he is now against South Africa. Oh, that's a lovely shot through extra cover. Riaz Hassan, and he's got a boundary. Aidan Markram trying to flick the ball back, not able to do so, but it really was beautifully timed, that sumptuous shot through extra cover.
And that's what you do, capitalize on the chances given to you. Riaz Hassan early on was dropped this time. Played it beautifully. Onto his pad, driven nicely. Aidan Markram tried to flick it back, not making the connection. In a welcome boundary for Afghanistan, cheering the Afghanistan crowd. Gulbuddin Naib, I call him the silver medalist because he won the silver medal for Afghanistan. Unfortunately, the final match didn't happen between India and Afghanistan, and you never know with the conditions and how Afghanistan was playing, they could have gone on to win the gold medal.
Yes, that's the Asian Games that took place in China last year, and Gulbuddin was the captain of Afghanistan in that tournament. Just seeing the crowd rolling in here this evening, it really is good to see. There's good numbers who've made their way into the ground this evening, and they've created a really good atmosphere. Moulder's first over, done and dusted, 37 for 2. Ortain to continue from the Sharjah club end. Ahmed, just seeing the numbers of people who've come here to Sharjah this evening, I just wonder whether Afghanistan might have been better served by having a day-night test match with a pink ball here rather than going to Greater Noida.
Oh, well, would have certainly been a great option. I mean, it's a brilliant idea. Unfortunately, coming so late, because we know Sharjah is a home ground for Afghanistan, and so is Greater Noida in India. But with the monsoon and the rain coming, I think that would have been a brilliant idea to bring the test match here, and that too against New Zealand. You don't often get to play against New Zealand. They should have really not missed that opportunity, Brian.
Well, the one thing we can say here is there's not been any rain.
Oh, we did see the rain last time. We were playing against, the Afghanistan were playing against Ireland, and that match was abandoned without a single ball being bowled.
That was March, though. Try being here at this time of the year.
No, honestly, I was not expecting rain, even in March. Oh, he's bowled him. He's given away his wicket. Riaz Hassan doing all the hard work, gets carried away, and one shot too many, not needed, gives away his wicket.
That really was a rush of blood from Riaz Hassan. Made the decision to charge very early, you can see. Head up, lost his shape in the shot. And yes, Ortain hits the target. The arrow finds its mark. Riaz Hassan gone for 16, and Afghanistan in a little bit of trouble, 38 for 3. So 3 wickets down, and Azmatullah Omarzai coming in at number 5. Remember, he got 97 not out against South Africa in the World Cup at the back end of last year. So he's got happy memories of playing against this opposition. His highest score there, 149 not out. That was against Sri Lanka in Palakkele. And that is a wide. That'll be 4 wides, in fact. A rare misdirected delivery from Fortain, who's been really disciplined this evening.
Just paraphrase you, that was a gift with the capital letters G-I-F-T, because put all the pressure on Afghanistan and give away such a freebie. Well, it happens, part of the game, it is, but he's bowled brilliantly, wicket to wicket, and look at his figures, 2 for 14, 2 wickets. It's been brilliant.
Oh, B. Nice boy.
Yeah, Azmatullah Omarzai put together that brilliant partnership against Sri Lanka. Let's have a look at that. Coming down the track and giving away his wicket, but what a bowling display this has been from Fortain.
Oh, yeah.
He's been very consistent with his line. Omarzai, who's batted brilliantly in the World Cup against Sri Lanka, against South Africa, have to step up. 14 overs done, 43 for 3.
On paper, it looks a fairly straightforward assignment, doesn't it? 64 off 36 overs with 7 wickets in hand, but you'd have to say at the moment the match pretty much in the balance. Issues with things going on behind the bowler's arm at the moment. Moulder not happy, the umpire's not happy, the batter's not happy as well.
Well, Afghanistan are batting deep, if you see all the way down to Rashid and Kharote. So until number 9, they've got batters, and then scoring 64 runs should not bother them. But then again, a wicket or 2, and you never know. South Africa have really bowled brilliantly. They've bowled with good discipline.
And of course, you've got the added pressure of Afghanistan never having beaten South Africa in a one-day international before.
Well, that's a very valid point, Brian. That will play in your mind until you finally get over it and earn your first win. Something wrong with the side screen up there. Ashmatullah Shahidi not happy with that and asking for it to be fixed. Game of small margins, you don't want any excuse, right? So you want everything to be perfectly fixed.
Not long until the scheduled drinks break, so maybe a common sense move would be to take the drinks break now, fix the issue, and then get cracking again after that. Of course, common sense isn't always common.
I like that. I have a question to you, Brian. You see those unorthodox actions like Lasith Malinga when they bowl, the release point is right from where the umpire is standing. So does it not bother the batters following the ball from the hand of the bowler, the fact that the umpire usually are there with the colour for shirts?
Shouldn't in this instance, should it, with the umpires wearing those pink shirts and the balls being white. And sure enough, common sense has prevailed, and they are now going to take a drinks break. So drinks will be taken with Afghanistan chasing South Africa's 106. They are 43 for 3 in 14 overs. nearly helicopter style with the way the bat was wrapped around his head. Ramit Shah looking for a sweep, hit on the back leg. Anton Raziri says that's out. And even though Ramit Shah reviewed, the decision there shown to be a correct one. And Fortain picking up his second wicket. Riaz Hassan, he'd been so patient, and then all of a sudden a complete rush of blood down the wicket, head up, losing the shape on the shot completely. And Fortain, a deserved second wicket for him. He's the most successful bowler thus far, but all the bowlers have been tidy, in fairness, and they really have imposed stranglehold on this Afghan batting lineup. Well, we had a drinks break to see if they could fix the cloth over the side screen. They still haven't managed it.
It was drinks break. Maybe they also had a drinks break. Yeah, I mean, human rights. We got a drink.
Well,
Now
it's been fixed now. There we are. Happy days. The fourth umpire does the job. Off we go.
Well, Ashmat is in good touch in the recently concluded Shpagiza Cricket League. His side ended up being the runners-up, Bande Amir Dragons. He was leading him. He scored, I think, 350s and was among the top scorers. So quite a platform for him. He's kept his nerves. He was talking to Riaz Hassan after he was dropped, said that we got to put together a partnership. I don't know how he understood it otherwise. But with Azmatullah Omarzai, they got to bring the team home.
Of course, for both these sides, this series is a really important preparation towards the ICC Champions Trophy that takes place in February next year. For South Africa, it's actually their first one-day international since December of last year, when they played 3 matches against India, because, of course, many sides have been concentrating on playing the short form of the game, 2020 cricket, with the World Cup having taken place in the middle of the year. I mean, I just wonder what the level of excitement is like within Afghanistan cricket at the prospect of playing in the Champions Trophy.
Oh, that's huge. Afghanistan for the first time qualifying to the Champions Trophy to be played in 2025, and that too is on the back of brilliant performance in the One-Day World Cup 2023. People are very excited about it, and they have been preparing Afghanistan, playing this series against South Africa. Ashmatullah Shahidi was talking about possible series against Bangladesh, West Indies, Zimbabwe. That all is in preparation for some good performance in the upcoming Champions Trophy. Now, if that is played in Pakistan, should also suit the conditions of the likes of play that the Afghanistan's players put. So really looking forward to it. Mohammad Nabi, the president, come down and bat at number 6, I guess. He's been around forever. You look at his records, 45 nations that Afghanistan has defeated. Nabi's been part of it.
I'm going to say it couldn't be a tournament without Mohammad Nabi taking part. He's played the vast majority of matches that Afghanistan have played across all international formats. I mentioned earlier on commentary Gulbuddin Naib, of course. Mohammad Nabi, the other player who played in that World Cup, or the World Cricket League Division 5 in Jersey in 2008, that's still going. What a record that man has got. 7 T20 World Cups, he's played them all. 3 50-over World Cups, he's played them all. "15 overs gone, 46 for 3.
So change of bowling now for South Africa. Left-hander at the crease, left-hander on strike, and Aiden Markham decides to introduce himself. I think South Africa have been pretty good with the ball. They've really fought as hard as they could. It's not a great total that they've posted, but they're trying everything they possibly can. There you can see his career, 18 wickets. Some important ones in those 18. That's a really good start.
Yeah, you certainly get the feel from a South African perspective if they can pick up one more into that all-rounders, lower order batsman. Just never know. But like you say, Polly, I have really been impressed with the intensity. Yeah, very easy just to give up or throw in the towel when you haven't scored a lot of runs, but it's a good fight so far.
Yeah, we're just hearing in our ears that South Africa have got their second warning for starting the over late. There's been a lot of ongoings with regards to side screens along those lines, but there's also been South Africa who've bowled with good intensity, but maybe the change in between overs hasn't had the intensity required.
Yeah, I think also we need to be mindful. It's hot, it's humid. Perhaps bowlers need a bit of an extra bit of fluids from time to time. That's going to be one of my big concerns coming out here, is how quickly can they adapt and get accustomed to this heat. It's really taxing on the body. Yeah, the sun might be down, but I can guarantee you it's still in the vicinity of about 35 degrees with 80% humidity out there.
Goes for the big shot and connects. That's nicely played. So Afghanistan deciding that with the part-time, well, not the part-time, but the not as regular off-spin of Aiden Markham, they're going to try and put him under some pressure. 9 of 4 deliveries, and Omazar plays a wonderful shot.
Yeah, it also brings up the 50 for Afghanistan. Beautifully flighted from Aiden Markham. But yeah, as you say, Polly, he was waiting for that invitation. He certainly obliged with maximum down the ground. Just a little bit of flight given. You can see he gets himself into a wonderful position. Let the blade flow.
Initially I thought because he had closed the face he might not have got the contact he was after, but it was more than enough contact. End of that over, 56 for 3. That last over, 10 offered from Aiden Markham, is actually the most expensive over of the match so far. But I must agree, I enjoy the shot clock with regards to the time and how quickly to get. I think too often in the game there's a waste of time, and it just kind of give them a set time between overs. I think it's been a good initiative. I think it's sped up the game, and I think as you've got an understanding for every once in a while there might be something on the go that delays the start of the next over. I think it's been a good introduction.
Oh, bitch! Yeah, I think I have to echo your sentiments. Speeds up play, but also I think we have seen a bit of a difference in the surface and the mannerism, the way it played this afternoon under the sunlight. We've seen the balls, a couple sitting in the surface, couple keeping low, very invariable bounce. It seems to be a lot more truer at night. Perhaps there could be a bit of dew. See the South Africans with their towels out, continuously trying to get that seam dry for their spinners. Also, what a start of play. The record here in the last 10 ODIs is the team Batting second has won 6 out of 10. Could be perhaps an indication of a bit of dew at night. It might be a little bit more taxing on the body having to field when it's that hot and humid in the afternoon.
We used to sometimes play day games, and also obviously the day-night games used to start at maybe 1:30 or 2 o'clock. I think with the game starting at 4 o'clock, it's kind of cooled down enough to actually be able to say, well, even if we do win the toss, if it's conducive to making it more difficult to bat, from a body perspective, we can bowl first.
Yeah, you certainly feel that, especially at first 10 overs from a South African perspective. Not looking for excuses, of course. It's really tough. Batters got challenged in the technique department. I initially said that there wasn't going to be a great deal of pace in the surface, but that first 10 overs was really tough. 59 for 3 Afghanistan after 17.
So say.
I think this could be an important over for South Africa, because if Afghanistan are going to continue the same way they did in that first over against Markham, there might be an opportunity to pick up a 4th wicket here. Markham showed with the first and last delivery of his last over that there was a little bit of turn for him.
Yeah, I think it's on that point, Polly. Of course, it's a 3-match ODI series, and with the games to come, you look at the setup and the makeup of the South African bowling unit. Of course, Afghanistan have opted to go in with 4 spinners, so that gives you a clear indication of conditions of what you can expect. Look at the options available for South Africa. Oh, edged and dropped. It went quite sharply to Reza Hendricks, but you get a feeling that at this level you need to take those.
Yeah, we saw him, as I mentioned, the first and last delivery of the last over. Markham was to the left-handers, and he managed to land in the right area and get the ball to spin a little bit. And you just think that Reza Hendricks was taken. You can just see there, the initial reaction is a little bit one of shock. He kind of jumps backwards and almost in a little bit of fright that the ball's now come to him. Grabbed at it, his weight was falling backwards. And that's major disappointment for South Africa. When you've got 106 on the board, you can't afford to give them second chances.
Oh, so. Real good, that sauce.
It's almost like he's expecting the ball to get him a touch quicker there, Reza Hendricks. Oh. Aidan Markham, he really loves bowling to left-handers, and it's because he brings those LBW ball dismissals into play. On this occasion, beautifully flighted, inviting the drive. Yeah, you need to take those, especially in a low-scoring contest. Yeah, this time around he's getting his man, Aidan Markham, in the form of LBW. He's considering, is he going to send it upstairs? Yes, he is.
I can just tell you off screen, Reza Hendricks is smiling.
Chief Umpire Director, we have a play review for league before. Original decision is out. I have checked the feed, it's fair delivery. Move on to front on. Ball is close to the bat. Can you confirm by triage? Triage is coming. Okay, roll forward, forward. There is no spike when ball is close to the bat. Satisfied. Move on to ball tracking. Pitching in line, impact in line. Wicket is hitting. Stay with your original decision out. You're on screen signal
Yeah,
now.
there's confirmation. Stone dead. He took his time in giving it. Got it 100% correct. That's Matullah. He goes for 19. Afghanistan 60 for 4. Yeah, it's a much needed wicket for South Africa. In at number 6, Gulbadin Naib. This is a big stage and juncture of the game. You get a feeling from South Africa. They would always feel that if you can add 2 more wickets to that scoreboard, they'll be in this contest.
Oh, come! Yes, boy, good me.
Just given South Africa a glimmer of hope. I mean, they've been very disappointed about the drop catch, but just a couple of deliveries on, and Marker manages to get him trapped straight in front. You were touching on the fact that he bowls really well to left-handers. It's the ball coming out nicely, drifts on with the arm every once in a while.
Yeah, I just get the sense that Bjorn Fortuin is trying to set up Omar Zayo, perhaps to bowl the slow one. Here's the one that just go on with the arm. You see, he's trying to play for a bit of turn.
Oh! Oh, boy.
Letter from Bjorn Fortuin.
Just have a look at the head position of Matullah as he makes contact. It's just outside the off stump. But look how far outside the off stump is when he makes contact on a ball that is right in the middle of the stumps, and that means he's cutting across it. That gives the opportunity to be trapped in front. And the South African captain of the evening has his first.
Come on, Rania, come on, B.
Oh! Yeah, that's the ball I was talking about. I've seen it so often in the first class arena. T20, he bowls a quick arm action. He just slows it right down. This ball to Gulbadin.
I think we've seen the leg stump going down. But I think it's also a progression for Bjorn Fortuin in having to learn about how to bowl outside of South Africa. He hasn't played much cricket. It's often Kesha Maharaj and Shamsi who get those opportunities, and even the T20 format, the bowling can be just flatter trying to restrict the scoring, whereas he's learning the art, particularly on these surfaces that will offer him a bit of assistance. I think that one was too noises, could have been inside edge, but good bowling by Fortuin. He finishes his 6th over, 61 for 4.
He's gone downtown. Finds great comfortability of taking the aerial route on Umazai. And it's his 2nd maximum for the night.
Yeah, he's taken a liking to Aidan Markham. We talked about how good Markham was to Matullah. But to the right-hander, he's struggled a little bit, and one was long on. Now he's taken on long off. And both times executed them superbly. Change of field. They're now going to bring in the man from the deep cover or point on the boundary and give reinforcement straight back.
Oh, ball source.
Yeah, I was making mention of the fact a little earlier that perhaps from a South African point of view, you perhaps want to look at another spin bowling option, an X-factor bowler, Ngaba Peter, to have another look at wonderful weight distribution into the shot. Knowing mid-off was up in the ring, so it's a risk-free shot once you got it up aerial. Certainly feel Ngaba Peter perhaps as a spinning option, because I do not foresee the seamers playing a great part in the rest of the fixtures to follow. Perhaps for me also a bowler that could be handy on these kind of surfaces will be a guy like Lazard Williams. He's low, he's skiddy. I think we spoke about it earlier. You want to try and bring those stumps into play. Just shorter in stature guys that will bring those stumps into play.
Oi!
Yeah, when I saw the fixtures, I envisioned that South Africa would actually mix things up, because 3 one-day internationals in this heat, under these conditions over 5 days, is going to be a difficult task. And there we can see the lengths that the South African spinners have hit tonight. Not that it's been too taxing an outing for South Africa tonight with regards to the amount of overs that have been spent on the park, so they'll be hoping for an improved performance. But I agree, I think Lazard Williams could be a really good addition if one of the faster bowlers feels like 3 games in 5 days is a difficult task.
Yeah, I think as much as it is about rotating the squad, it's also about energy management. Very hot, humid, like you've said. Perhaps won't have a particular seamer playing back-to-back games. Short turnaround times as well. It's only a day in between these one-day games. He's gone airborne. Oh, almost picked up the man at mid-wicket. End of 20, Afghanistan 71 for 4.
Bitch.
71 for 4, Afghanistan eyeing up a massive victory here in Sharjah. 36 to win, 30 overs. Hopefully it doesn't take 30 overs. A spin from both ends. Now then, there's a sliding down leg side. Be wary going on the back foot, Brian Murgatroyd.
Yes, that's been an issue for all the batters in this match. The ball skidding on. A little bit of bat perhaps there, I think. There's been a change of field after that last delivery. A leg slip has now gone in.
Oh, we love that.
What's the thinking behind that leg slip, do you think? No?
Not a big turner of the ball. 1-foot-10, so maybe just sliding. Give the batter something else to think about. Tell you what he's got to be careful of here, Gulbuddin Neighbours. That ball tracking back through. A couple of balls ago inside edge, but even that previous ball not far from sliding through bat and pad.
And he was looking for the big one over the leg side there and thought better of it in the end.
That's good bowling. Look at the speeds. 93 kilometres, 92, and then drops on down to 88. And that did open up the eyes of Gulbuddin Naib. Whack leg side for defence. They've kept us away from each other this evening, haven't they? Normally, yeah, plenty of stints, plenty of graft together, but tonight, maybe you put in a request.
Celtic brothers separated.
Oh!
Welshman and the Irishman kept apart.
You make a joke about that. Welshman and Irishman. 21 done. 72 for 4.
Let's go, let's go!
So 35 to win for Afghanistan. There's no way South Africa are going to stop them scoring them in 29 overs. South Africa need wickets, and so they brought Berger back into the attack to try and get them. And I like this, he's going round the wicket, a la Faisal Haq Faruqi, attacking the stumps now with the ball not swinging.
Yeah, different test for Nondre Berger. 130 Ks that first ball in his opening spell. Thought he bowled with good hostility up around that 140 kilometre mark. He's got a slip in play. Bring that same aggression. Give Aidan Markham 3 overs of raw pace.
Because somehow South Africa have got to create some panic in the Afghanistan dressing room, and the batter's out in the middle.
Yeah, very, very comfortable at the moment. Afghanistan, Mohammad Nabi, who loves playing at this ground, lives only down the road, so it's a home game for Mohammad Nabi. Hits a lot of balls in this venue, so he is very accustomed to conditions, so he'll be comfortable if he's needed. I think maybe Aidan Markham can bring another man in, maybe a short leg or a leg gully, just something different. Slip is coming out of play, so into a catchy mid-wicket, so I would like to see maybe a leg slip or a leg gully, even a man under the helmet at short leg.
The fact that slips come out obviously indicates that Berger's going to be bowling as straight as he possibly can.
Well, not far away from cleaning up Gulbuddin Naib this. .132 Ks. You'd think by the shot and being deceived that it may have been a change-up, a slower ball, but it was 132 Ks. Gulbuddin struggling a little bit, 3 for 14, and ringing the changes here, Mergers. They really are trying to do what you said, do something outside the box. Now then, catching mid-wicket and a catching, yeah, leg gully, I like that. It's good from Aidan Markham. Deep cover comes in. Will it be the bluff?
Well, that's Gulbuddin Naib's answer, 6. Little pick-up shot, helping the ball with the angle, all the way over the ropes.
Good word, Merger's angle. This is a really clever shot from Gulbuddin Naib. He uses the delivery point from Nondre Berger. He knows he's going to get pace on the ball. And it's just a little whip of the wrist, a little flick. Great shot. It's one thing you would say about Gulbuddin, he's a clever cricketer. Always has been for Afghanistan.
It's gone high into the night sky, and it's gone for another 6. All of a sudden, Gulbuddin, having struggled to find his range, has now well and truly found it.
Well, these are the kind of strokes that Saw Gulbuddin Naib get to the IPL with the Delhi Capitals. A left field pick by Ricky Ponting last season in India, but always had superb power. What a great shot. Joyous scenes in the crowd. Back-to-back sixes. Fourth maximum of the innings. Yes, it is.
And the end of the over. 12 runs from it, those two maximums. Afghanistan 84 for 4. Well, that last over for Afghanistan, if there were any nerves, they will have been eased considerably by those two sixes from Gulbuddin Naib.
Oh, B.
And now within touching distance. Runs required, less than the overs remaining. Certainly not been an easy chase, this one. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, of course, Niall. Should South Africa have bowled first?
I think both captains were happy. They wanted to bat first. The stats would say it's absolutely fine. It's a fine decision. There's nothing wrong with the decision made at the toss. I just thought South Africa there, the thought process and mindset against spin especially was very subdued, very circumspect, non-committal. In the end, they didn't know whether to stick or twist. They stood still. They went back when they should have been forward. Decision-making wasn't quite as it should have been, and they played into the hands of the Afghanis, who I thought bowled superbly well.
And they also struggled with that angle from Faisal Haq Farooqi from round the wicket. A couple of play-ons early on.
Yeah, not much 50-over cricket for South Africa. First 50-over game of the year. First ODI of the year. We're into mid-September. A lot of teams, obviously, rightly so, were preparing for the T20 World Cup, so their focus went on T20 cricket, but all of a sudden you come up against a side like Afghanistan in the longer white ball format. Plans weren't quite there today.
End of the over, 85 for 4. .22 runs required for victory for Afghanistan. Equaqueo coming into the attack. Vastly experienced bowling all-rounder.
Well, a chance in this series for South Africa and the selectors and coaches, captain, and the series that will follow this. Actually, they play Ireland in 5 white ball games to really have a look at some cricketers in challenging conditions and get a good feel for maybe the next generation of player. Well, shoveled through the leg side. It will skip across the lush outfield in Sharjah, and Gulbuddin Naib says, enough's enough. Time to get the job done.
He's not going to let Laqueo settle here on the charge. He well out of his crease. Didn't time that actually as well as he would have liked, but still muscled it away. That's Gulbuddin. Gulbuddin, the body Naib. Started off as a teenager as a bodybuilder.
Actually trimmed down in the last 12 months, Brian, Gulbuddin Naib. I think for a period of the back end of my career, he was actually got too big. He was too bulky. And it's no real surprise. The last 12 months, you mentioned off air, he's probably had the most prosperous 12 months or so of his career for Afghanistan. Actually fit, strong, but robust. So just dropping a few kgs, getting a little bit more supple. Really fine cricketer, Gulbuddin Naib. Always been a reliable man for Afghanistan.
Little bit of cramp there at backward point. Fortain says he's okay.
He's gone down to the baby cow, the calf. Not nice. When you get a bit of cramp in the calf, it can be very uncomfortable. A little bit of treatment down at deep third.
Yes, an indication of Gulbuddin Naib's power came at the start of the year in January in Bengaluru when he scored 55 not out from just 23 balls with 4 4s and 4 6s, and that was against India. Here's 2 6s. Flipped over the leg side when it was full, a little bit shorter. It helps it on its way. A lot more height on that one. Laqueo's first over goes for 7, and Afghanistan 92 for 4. Fortain, who's been the pick of the bowlers for South Africa this evening. Now put yourself in South Africa's think tank. How will they reflect on this match, and how will they look to do things better in 2 days' time?
Planning and preparation must be better, and there's not a lot of time to go through to work on specifics. Only a day in between games, so these guys won't practice tomorrow because they'll be spent after spending a little bit of time in the field. So actually, it's getting around in the group, especially the batting group, discussing plans and tactics to try and overcome Gazanfer with a new ball, for example.
Oh!
Lovely bowling. Pretty left-arm finger spin that. Fazal Haq Faruqi's going to come round the wicket. How are we going to counter that? So it's more about the mental preparation than any actual skill-based work that South Africa are going to have to go through. May well see a couple of changes, give some fresh faces an opportunity. Just looked like South Africa came into the game without any real in-depth plans and preparation as to how they're going to counter Afghanistan's spinners. It was almost a case of walk out and play the ball as we see it. They came very much unstuck.
Oh.
Tidy over, 25 done, 94 for 4.
Can you hear?
Afghanistan need 13 runs to win from 150 deliveries, on the cusp of a history.
Yeah, and this is another record. Most ODIs, 250, and still going on at Sharjah Cricket Stadium. And what a day to mark the history. What a beautiful looking shot that is. Tells you all about the intent in the Afghanistan camp. They want to finish it off as fast as they can. In a touching distance from creating history, Devinder. Beating South Africa for the very first time. Remember, among all the teams in all the formats, it's only South Africa that Afghanistan has not beaten. India, they have drawn a match with in the Asia Cup. It was a tie. Last ball wicket, that catch from Najibullah Zadran. But here today, it's only another 11 runs of 149 runs. Brilliant performance overall by Afghanistan. That's another cracking shot. 4 runs to Gulbadin Naib, who's not gonna wait. 100 up for Afghanistan.
Well, after losing 3 wickets early, good comeback, couple of good partnership developing here as well. 40 or 44 in its channel and driven straight down the ground. And they clubbed it down the ground for 4. Straight. Murdered it, absolutely murdered it down the ground for 4. Azmat enjoys batting against South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you talk about Azmat, the intent shown by him. He's batting on 25 of 36 deliveries, but he's shown intent and he's hit his shots. He was not shy of taking on the best of the bowler tonight. 4-10. Gulbadin Naib smashes this nicely, should be cut off. This is good work. You don't give up. 2 runs to the tally. Another 5 runs left in history being made here at the Sharjah Cricket Stadium.
2 all-rounders in the centre. There has been a lot of talk about having a number of all-rounders in the side, spin all-rounders, pace bowling all-rounders as well. 2 capable all-rounders. Omar Jai picking up in the batting trend, getting 97 against South Africa in the World Cup, 149 against Sri Lanka at Palakele. Clubs it over the top, over towards the boundary. Will pick up a boundary. Scores level now.
Yeah, what an over this has been. 12 runs from it. This one bowling it too short. Gulbadin Naib likes space on the ball. Goes on to the back foot and sends this cruising down for a boundary.
The crowd is cheering. They know what is coming up. Afghanistan, for the first time, are going to beat South Africa after having met them 5 times in the T20 and ODI format. This is it. This is it. No, we'll still have to wait, Devinder. He wants to finish it with a glorious looking shot. Doesn't want to finish it with a single, I guess. Was a quick run though, had they wanted to take it.
It's a good crowd in. He is an entertainer, has been entertaining crowds over the years, has been phenomenal resurgence in his batting form. His fitness levels have improved. He's showing once again why he's a critical player for the team. Afghanistan is on to 33. From where he's going to pick up the boundary. Is he going to go for the big shot?
Can Afghanistan finish it off in this over? Last ball of the over. He's tried to club it and they will take the single. Gulbadi Naib didn't want it, but will still have to take it. Afghanistan has done it. Afghanistan has defeated South Africa for the very first time in cricket. You can tell from the dugout, everyone very happy. Hashmatullah Shahidi happy with the win. The Afghan fans.
Great victory for Afghanistan. They were beaten in the T20 World Cup semi-final against South Africa in Trinidad and Tobago. A marvelous comeback from those mental trauma and what they suffered when they lost the semi-final embarrassingly against South Africa. But it's been a remarkable performance. First with the ball, Fazal Farooqi taking 3 wickets, setting the tone. Then the spinners coming along, restricting South Africa to 106, and in the chase, they've been brilliant, winning by 6 wickets in 26 overs. Another commanding performance from Afghanistan. Another test nation has been beaten. India is the only country left in white ball cricket to be beaten. They came very close to beat India in the T20 International at the Chinnaswamy Stadium in Bengaluru. What a tremendous performance from Afghanistan.
Well, that came down to 2 super overs against India in January 2024. But what a proud journey this has been for Afghanistan. 13 runs in this over, making sure that Afghanistan finish it off in the 26th over. This is Afghanistan's 3rd biggest win in ODI versus a test playing side in terms of balls spared.
So chasing a paltry, a meager total. They needed good start with in the batting department, possibility of balls swinging around. Also the South African bowlers with their ability to create pressure early on. The winning moment, clubbed it down the ground. He likes there, Gulbadin. Was expecting a boundary, misfield resulting in a single. Great moment, a magical moment for Afghan cricketers in Afghanistan, the country. Afghanistan cricket continuing to grow and giving a lot of joy to the people back home in Afghanistan across 34 provinces.
Under 2 as for the economy is concerned. This is what transpired when the Afghanistan came down to chase 107. Giri straight away was among wicket. Rahmanullah Gurbaz departed without bothering the score as a great catch taken by Jason on his debut. And then Rahmat Shah setting up nicely 14. Rahmat Shah getting him out.
Riaz Hassan hit a few shots alongside Hashmatullah Shaidi, put together a partnership. He was dropped of 11 runs. A good try though, didn't capitalize on it. That one beautiful cover drive is what he played to bring his total to 16 before coming down the track and losing his wicket.
Then it was about stabilizing the innings. Some lusty hits from Azmatullah, settling the nerves in the dressing room. Hashmat was dropped. He was trapped in front then from Makram. And some lusty hits from Azmatullah and from the blade of Gulbuddin, playing some lovely shots through the onside, using the angle to great effect, getting those boundaries away. Shots through the onside, wanted wickets desperately. And covering one through mid-wicket. Gulbuddin playing excellent innings, playing some lovely shots, especially that straight drive and pull through the onside. And that's how the registered victory, an emphatic win for Afghanistan here at Sharjah. Winning by 6 wickets to the delight of the spectators here. Joyful moments, jubilation for Afghans.
مو وای خو د لوبې اړخ چیرته بدل څه
که ته وګورې د موږ سټارټ ډېر زیات خو څنګه چې فضل حق او علا محمد موږ ته سټارټ راکړ نو هماغه و چې دوی 7 وکټې موږ تقریبا په 9 رنزو کې آوټ کړي وې دلته میچ د موږ لاس کې و نو بیا یو پارټنرشپ وسو خو بیا هم ډېر رنزونو ته موږ پرې نه ښودل البته پیکس یو بیټینګ ته ډېر زیات جوړ نه و خو په بیټینګ کې هم ګلبدین او عظمت ډېره ښه لوبه وکړه
د لوب لړۍ ته په کتلو سره دا څومره مهمه ده چې افغانستان سویل افریقا ته په سیریز کې ماته ورکړي چې راتلونکي چمپیونز ټرافي ته چې تاسو کوالیفای شوي یاستئ زموږ ټیم څومره پیاوړی مخ ته تللی شي او دغه ګټه څه معنا لري د افغانستان کرکټ لپاره
بالکل ډېر یو غټه معنا لري ځکه موږ راتلونکي کې نور میچونه هم لرو نو دا یو میسیج و انشاءالله موږ به دې نه بعد شاته تګ نه کوو او موږ څنګه چې تیر 2 ورلډ کپونو کې لوبډلې لوبې وکړلې او اوس دغه د سیریز کې موږ ساوث افریقې ته ماته ورکړه نو دې نه بعد چې هره لوبډله راځي انشاءالله هغو ته به د موږ لوبډله یو غټ چیلنج جوړوي او اسانه به نه وي د موږ نه لوبه ګټل نو موږ به خپل محنت او خواري نوره هم زیاتو چې لوبډله کې لا بریا لا ښه والی راولو او چمپیونز ټرافي ته یوه ښه لوبډله په لاس راسي او هلته هم میچونه وګټو
تاسو ته ډېر ښه بخت غواړم ستره بریا او تاریخي بریا مو بیا هم مبارک سه ډېره مننه
تاسو نه مننه
Well, that was Hashmatullah Shahidi, the winning captain, adding yet another test-playing nation, South Africa, to the names of the teams that Afghanistan have beaten. They look for this series very much committed that they want to take this series from South Africa. For that, they seem to be prepared and will want to take on the challenge. That is it from the post-match presentation. Stay tuned. We have another 2 games coming up to be played at this iconic stadium of Sharjah Cricket Stadium.